to our distinguished session chair, panelists, faculties, research scholars, and the dear students. A very warm welcome to all of you to this highly anticipated fifth international conference on entrepreneurship, innovation, and leadership. It is my absolute pleasure to stand before you today as your co-moderator for this enlightening journey we are about to embark upon. We have all come together with a shared purpose of exchange ideas, foster collaborations, and tackle the challenges that transcends the borders of social sciences. With the great vision of our Honorable Founder President Sir, Dr. Ashok Kumar Chauhan, the direction of Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, and the guidance of our respected Director of Amity Institute of Social Sciences, Professor Dr. Nirupma Prakash, we are gathered here for the fruitful discussion. The theme of this session is Emerging Entrepreneurial Opportunities in Social Sciences. This theme encompasses a wide range of areas, including bridging the gap between the academia and the industry. This is crucial because it allows for the transfer of cutting-edge research and knowledge into practical applications, fostering innovation, and addressing societal challenges effectively. Social science students are increasingly finding opportunities within various industries wherein their skill in critical thinking, problem solving, and understanding human behavior are highly valued. To prepare for a successful career in industry, social science students need to focus on gaining the practical experience through internship, building a strong professional network, and developing skills such as data analysis and communication. Additionally, skill development is the key, and students need to actively work on enhancing their analytical research and communication skill to excel in various entrepreneurial roles within the social sciences. So these opportunities highlights the growing importance of social science in addressing real world challenges and driving innovation in diverse industries. Throughout the next few hours, we will engage in dynamic discussion, thought-provoking and interactive sessions. We will hear from distinguished speakers and visionary leaders and groundbreaking innovators who are shaping the fabric of our global society. Now, for the introduction of our, I would like to call upon Professor Dr. Pushparaj Singh.
A very guests, panelists, faculty colleagues, and my dear students. It's indeed a matter of honor and privilege that I have this opportunity to welcome you all on this intellectual occasion, and the experience which you bring, confident that this is going to help our students, our faculty. We have a very distinguished panel of. First of all, I would like to introduce my our session chair, Dennis Campbell. Dennis Campbell, sir, is a communication professional with a strong background in reputation management, marketing, and brand. He excels in strategic planning, marketing, collateral development, and CRM strategies. With a robust network in media and industry circles, he specializes in tailoring strategies for clients and currently leads strategy and business development at PR Professionals, a top Indian PR and communication firm. Welcome you, sir. Next speaker with us is Mr. Argo Jyoti. Argo Jyoti is the visionary behind AUR, an accomplished figure in the world of design and architecture, with accolades like 20 Under 35 Design X Design Award, being a finalist for the prestigious SOM Prize in Architecture, and a recipient of scholarships from renowned institutions like Harvard University and Cornell University. Argo Jyoti's journey in the realm of creativity has been nothing short of extraordinary. His commitment to innovation and design excellence has left an indelible mark on the industry, making him a respected leader and influencer in the field. Welcome, sir. Next speaker with us is Dr. Rabi Raj. Dr. Rabi Raj is the dedicated head of data documentation and dissemination at the Prayas Institute of Juvenile Justice in New Delhi. Established in 1988, Prayas Juvenile Aid Center collaboratively serves marginalized children, youth, and women, growing from a small group of 25 children into a vast network of programs addressing child protection, juvenile justice, anti-trafficking, vocational training, women's empowerment, and more. Dr. Rabi Raj's leadership has significantly improved the lives of countless individuals across multiple Indian states and union territories. Welcome, sir. We have another speaker with us today in online mode, Mr. Saurabh Singh. Saurabh Singh is a seasoned business professional with a diverse background, with an MBA from IIM Lucknow and 15 plus years of experience spanning consulting, IT services, account management, and sales. He excels in key areas like analytics, data warehousing, BI consulting, client relationship management, and more. Saurabh's expertise and hands-on knowledge make him a valuable asset for driving business success and delivering insights to organizations. Welcome, sir. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Suyasha to felicitate our session chair, Mr. Dennis Campbell. Uh, Now, I would like to invite Prabal, sir, to felicitate Mr. Argo Jyoti. Next, I would invite Dr. Chandrakala ma'am to felicitate Dr. Rabi Raj. Mr. Saurabh Singh, sir, is not physically present with us, so we all are felicitating you remotely, and I hope they do the same.
Thank you so much.
So, welcome, a very warm welcome to all of you once again. And over to we have with us now our director, Professor Dr. Nirupma Prakash. And I would like to invite Professor Dr. Madhumita to felicitate her. Over to you, Swati.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction of our esteemed speakers of the session. Now, I would like to invite our respected Director of AISS, Professor Dr. Nirupma Prakash ma'am, for her inspirational words.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Swatik. Very good morning, our honorable guests on the dais and our faculty members and dear students, above all our dear students. This is a very important day. It is with the vision of Honorable Founder President, Sir Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, our very dynamic Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, and our respected Vice Chancellor, Madam, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, under whose guidance the 5th International Conference on ICEIL 2023 has been organized. And the key highlights of this is as to how various institutions, and further on, it gets divided into how various programs, get to organize the sessions, wherein the ethos, for example, here, it is with history and philosophy that the topic has been chosen. And we are so honored to have the guest speakers here. So that is something where, how overall the entrepreneurship, leadership, and then what are the innovative ideas, and then how it further down percolates down to various disciplines, and which is where a lot of insights can be taken by the students to take it forward. So we have very limited time of just hour and a half for the session. So I would not like to take the valuable time from our speakers, because that is where you're going to get your inputs. So I congratulate Dr. Madhumita and Dr. Swati and the entire History and Philosophy department for the team and the student volunteers for organizing the event. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words and valuable insight. Now the platform is open for the panel discussion. I would now request our respected session chair to kindly start the session.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Swati, Nirupma ma'am, for the warm welcome. And good morning to all the students and my fellow panelists over here at the session. And since I represent the industry, I would like to, speak about the intersection of social sciences and entrepreneurship. I'll directly get into the topic because of the paucity of time. From an industry perspective, if we see social sciences to us in a very, and I speak in very broad terms, is a study of human behavior, society, and systems that shape our world. Now, within social sciences, there are various subjects: sociology, psychology, history, economics, political science, so on and so forth. So how does all these streams, education streams, when we talk about the real world, when we talk about the corporate world, whether it's entrepreneurship or jobs, how do the education in these streams manifest over here? And because we are specifically talking about entrepreneurship, entrepreneurship, if we see, there never has been a better time in history uh, for the culture of entrepreneurship to grow. The government of India is facilitating entrepreneurs. There are a lot of incubation centers. the youth is brimming with ideas. There are ideas which are scalable, which are uh, you know, which can go on to the next level if the right sort of platform is provided to them. And entrepreneurs today are the driving force behind innovation and economic development. And entrepreneurship in social sciences play a very vital role in shaping solutions for complex societal challenges. So what happens when social sciences and entrepreneurship, kind of intersect, and what what change, do they bring in the society, and how, when we talk from a business perspective, from an entrepreneur perspective, what is the purpose that they solve? What is the change in the society that students or from the social sciences background can bring as entrepreneurs? So when we talk about certain ideas, certain streams that directly come to the mind are CSR, corporate social responsibility in companies. As you know that the government of India has mandated a 2% obligation of net profits of every organization to go back to the society. Now what are those streams? So 2% of large corporates, if you look at a corporate like a Reliance or a Tata or any other corporate, Wipro for that matter. So even the 2% of net profits are huge amounts. Uh, when these funds go back to the society, which are, there lies the entrepreneurial opportunity for utilization of funds. How is it that these funds can be utilized for public good? What are the various streams? They can be education, they can be environment, uh, it can be on building houses for the poor, so on and so forth. So one of the biggest you know opportunity in terms of entrepreneurship that lies for social sciences students is in terms of you know either setting up an NGO or working within the CSR departments of organization or working as an external force. And Dr. Rabi, who's my co-panelist, he would be able to shed more light on this subject because it's his forte. The other keyword that we hear a lot today is sustainability. How do we what is sustainability? Sustainability is that we work with the resources that we have so as to for our so that as our next generations are able to also use them. We do not exhaust them. We do not create an environment wherein changes like the climate change affect our uh, quality of life. So sustainability is again one big area where social science students can work, like on climate change, on bringing about policy changes as well when it comes to sustainability. So social sciences, political sciences, especially understanding the policies, government policies, how they can be better, advocating a cause which is close to your heart is something that can be taken up. There is a lot of scope for entrepreneurship in areas like market research and consumer behavior. I'll give you a small example. As the winter season approaches, North India faces this particular issue of stubble burning from farmers in Punjab and Haryana. Now, and we all get affected by it. The air quality becomes very poor. Do you think the farmers don't realize that what they are doing is not right for the environment? They do, right? But do they? What is the alternative that they have? Is this a behavioral problem, or is this lack of access to funds to look at alternatives to stubble burning, or is it lack of technology that they are not aware that what is an alternative use? So we couple of days back, we as an organization, we got approached by CII, Confederation of Indian Industries, to work on this problem with farmers in Punjab and Haryana. And when we looked at a 360-degree approach of bringing about a behavioral change with the farmers, A lot of it was to understand their perspective, their situation, where they are coming from, how is it that their incomes can be increased. So this understanding of behavior, understanding of background, understanding of, the cultural diversity, nuances, what drives their behavior, and how we can bring about that change. Can we bring along all stakeholders on board? Can we bring along government? Can we bring along civil society groups, corporates, to create an ecosystem wherein these farmers would change this pattern of stubble burning? So again, these are areas where, when we go out on the field, we research, on ground as to what the ground realities are, what are the behaviors of the affected parties, how is it, we can bring together all the stakeholders on one board. So, there is an opportunity of think tanks, there is an opportunity of organizations which can do all of it. And also, what I realize as an industry practitioner over a period of time, that technology is playing a great role today. Social sciences students do need to equip themselves with technology. They need to understand the basic nuances, an in-house understanding of how a simple thing like how to create an app uh, is important. The world is moving online, and so are businesses and corporates. How do you find ways to sort of get your business ideas online? How do you look at those entrepreneurial opportunities, whether it's an aggregator model, whether it is bringing all parties on one platform, wherein an ecosystem of, let's say, a small example of financial inclusion can be done. uh, if we look at example of Bangladesh, NGOs played a great role. Grameen Bank, I'm talking about Grameen Bank, Mohammed Yunus, how he brought access to funds to small farmers so that they could consolidate their holdings and get access to funds, and that kind of uh, changed them. So these are, again, social engineering is one area in which, if you put your ideas together, there exists an ecosystem which is there to facilitate. uh, Access to seed funding is there within the organizations. There are various platforms where you can uh, get there. So this is one. The other is social impact measurement. Any organization, if it is conducting certain activities, how do you measure the impact of any social activity that has been undertaken? What are those robust mechanisms? A lot of times, data and reports are not the most accurate. So is there a robust mechanism that you can create using technology? So these are, various avenues that can be explored. And then again, there is a lot of cross functional and cross stream understanding that one can bring to the table, because you've studied social science. You bring in a perspective that an MBA pass out student won't. If I were to give my example, I did my graduation from commerce stream, did my master's in mass communication. So I brought in that perspective of both a commerce student and as well as an art student. So when that intersection happens, ideas from a different perspective come in. Is, with respect to any student who would have studied just one particular stream. So a lot of cross pollination of ideas can happen, and that is where the differentiation also comes in. The thought also comes in. The other point that I would like to bring to the table is that of community engagement. So a lot of corporates, when they go, let's say a mining company goes to a particular geography and wants to start a mine, so local communities get impacted. So how do you engage with the local communities? How do you communicate that particular project? What is the economic benefit that it will bring? What are the potential environmental issues and what that can come in that particular area because of mining? And then what are the ways to tackle those areas are something that, things that a a social science student, I believe, has an edge, better understands the local communities, can engage better with them. And there are organizations at regional level, at state level, who do these kind of stakeholder engagement. Uh, One of the things, if you would have heard of, the other things that you can do in community engagement is understand the pulse of the local people, local communities, and this comes in very handy when we talk about elections, when elections happen in the country. There are, you must have seen a lot of media polls that happen, and what do these media houses do is they hire local research agencies who do door-to-door campaigns, who go on ground, understand the public sentiment and how they manage is through apps. There are election management softwares that are there. So a marriage of technology with understanding the consumer behavior, the local public behavior. These are again a lot of opportunities that are there in terms of entrepreneurship. The other is, communication. We believe that social sciences students, and when we interview candidates in our organization as well, students from social sciences have an edge over other students because they bring a lot of perspective. So fields like sorry, fields like advertising, fields like public relations, content writing, these become areas of entrepreneurship. You can start your own content management firm. Volume increase. Okay. Hello. So yeah, this is fine. So areas like advertising, public relations, again, content writing, these are again avenues that one can use. Government relations is again a very important area wherein for liaising with the government, where social sciences students can come and really rise up front. So whether it is directly becoming an entrepreneur or getting some corporate exposure for a couple of years and then uh, getting uh, going the entrepreneurial way, these are areas that one can explore. So with this, I'd like to conclude my talk and go to Dr. Ravi Raj for his views on the subject. Over to you, Dr. Ravi.
Thank you, Dinesh. Uh, since the sir is discussing about the many things, और सबसे पहले आप सबों को अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हिंदी दिवस की शुभकामनाएं। कल मौका नहीं मिल पाया था, आज मुझे मिले हैं लोग, तो मैं सोचा कि आज ही विश कर दूं आपको। ठीक है, तो थोड़ा बाइलिंगुअल भी हो जाएगा, बिकॉज दैट एवरीथिंग्स कम फ्रॉम द हिंदी, है ना, बिकॉज वी वर्क विद पीपल एंड वी मोस्टली यूज हिंदी इन द फील्ड, है ना, बिकॉज वी डायरेक्टली कनेक्टेड विद द कम्युनिटी पीपल, आइदर इट्स रूरल और अर्बन. It's a crowd of social science, right? We are social science. Social science people can reflect your presence and by the things. So I think there's
Hello, hello, hello.
कोई नहीं, मैं चलता हूँ. Hello. Yes. See, that technology and communication, anything cannot stop you. If you have the vision, if you have the passion, you can go with that. So I think it's earlier I was in academics, तो आदत है खड़े रहने की बोलने की. आज मुझे मौका मिल गया है. So this brings me here. पहले मैं अपनी छोटी सी कहानी बता देता हूँ, तो ताकि you can relate yourself with me. So I was a student of science in a school with a PCM, physics, chemistry, math. जो शायद मुझे अभी भी याद है, भूल गया मैं, पता नहीं है ना. A+B का होल स्क्वायर का मैं क्या करता हूँ और ट्रिग्नोमेट्री का मैं क्या करता हूँ, मुझे कुछ समझ में नहीं आता है. तो बड़ा ही कंफ्यूजन था. दैट साइंस से स्टार्ट किया. देन मुझे लगा कि साइंस थोड़ा वजन कम पड़ रहा है. हमने थोड़ा सा उसमें एम्फसाइज कर दिया. लेट्स मूव इन अ सोशल साइंस. साइंस थोड़ा सा और एम्फसाइज और इफेक्टिव हो गया. सम पीपल सेज आई एम अ स्टूडेंट ऑफ साइंस. मैं बड़ा प्राउडली कहता हूं आई एम अ स्टूडेंट ऑफ सोशल साइंस. That science come from the society, it brings the social content in your subject. So that every time that positivity brings your that ideas in a very direction, और काफी एक direction में आपको लेके चलता है. That sir says that यानी कि that one ideas है ना. Entrepreneurship पे हम आ जाएंगे थोड़ा सा. लेकिन entrepreneurship के लिए आपको क्या चाहिए? You need idea, right? और idea you can start with yourself. That ऐसे नहीं कि आप wait करोगे. Sir mentioned some courses like social engineering.
Hello.
ठीक है. That many university they started courses in a master's, postgraduate in social engineering. It's starting from the Lucknow University. If you will go in, we'll Google that social engineering का course start हुआ है. Entrepreneurship में आप master in social entrepreneurship करना चाहते हैं तो वो कर सकते हैं आप. तो वो ideas start होता है. तो what brings all these things to me in this sector and why I'm here today? तो there is a story behind that. यानी कि science से मैं चला गया social science में. I did my graduation from sociology honors. Then I chosen that sociology में theory पढ़ रहा हूँ मैं. क्यों ना थोड़ा practically बात किया जाए. तो practically के लिए then I decided to jump into social work. है ना, MSW आपने सुना होगा. Is there any student of Master of Social Work here? Master of Social Work के कोई student है क्या यहाँ पे? No. History students? ओहो, ऐतिहासिक बन गया भाई वातावरण पूरा. It's a historical event. We can see that. Okay, psychology. Do we have psychology students? Okay, so I think we will that. Yeah, so I think that stream psychology, political science, economics student we don't have, but we don't need that everywhere. So what he said that lacking of these streams in this crowd, it's a kind of opportunities, right? Because we can go with the interdisciplinary approach, है ना. If you are a student of history, है ना, we cannot think about कि हम बस history के context से ही देखें. History is, if you'll see the, है ना, history. आप subaltern studies की आपने बात पढ़ी होगी, है ना. Subaltern studies पढ़ी है आपने? किसको कहते हैं इंडिया में? Who is the founder and that subaltern studies की जब बात आती है किसकी बात करते हैं? Okay, very good. Clap for him. Right? That is important. Okay, Ranjit Guha, है ना? He talks about that history from the below, right? है ना? History में देखिए how that history का transformation कैसे हो गया? अभी तक हम history में पढ़ रहे थे अकबर है, ये हो गई, लड़ाई हो गई, भाई ये सारी चीजें. I'm not history, so I cannot use the terminology. But a person, Ranjit Guha came, he started talking about that history of that people जिसके बारे में बात ही नहीं की गई. है ना. अशोका के बारे में बात हुई, लेकिन लेट्स टॉक अबाउट द अशोका की जो एम्पायर था उसमें जो लोग थे उनकी सोशियो इकोनॉमिक कंडीशंस क्या थी, हाउस होल्ड इनकम क्या था, हाउ दे व्हाट काइंड ऑफ ऑक्यूपेशन दे आर डूइंग दैट. तो दीज आर थिंग्स यू हैव टू थिंक बियॉन्ड योर सब्जेक्ट. एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप का एक बेसिक कॉन्सेप्ट, आई एम नॉट द एंटरप्रेन्योर, ठीक है ना, दैट वी हैव सम पीपल जो प्योर एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के बारे में बताएंगे. लेकिन हम जैसे स्टूडेंट्स, एक आम आदमी है ना, कैसे आ जाए भाई, है ना. हमारे लिए क्या स्कोप है? आई एम नॉट IT ग्रेजुएट, राइट. आई डोंट हैव अ टेक्निकल बैकग्राउंड. मुझे नहीं आता भाई ये जावा, पाइथन, आर और ये सारी की सारी चीजें. तो मैं निकल जाऊं क्या? मैंने MA हिस्ट्री की है, मैं चला जाऊं, घर पे बैठ जाऊं, डिग्री को फ्रेम करा के लटका दूं घर पे और बार बार देखो आई डिड माय पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन फ्रॉम MIT यूनिवर्सिटी, लेट्स क्लैप फॉर माई सेल्फ. And that's not enough. ठीक है, that every subject has a important, but जरूरत है उसको उस हिसाब से देखने की. Then अब पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन करने के बाद क्या हुआ कि MSW किया है तो भाई, so I have to do start some professional journey. So I started journey, but I realized that I need to talk to the people, because before working with machine or acquire the machinery skill, first you need, as a student, as a human being, you need a people skill, and how to talk to people, how to interact with the people, how to rapport build up with the community and everyone. ठीक है? That many people are coming here, that आप लोग बैठे हुए यहाँ पे, ठीक है ना, आएंगे 1 घंटे का टॉक चलेगा, बस कुछ नोट कर लिया, हो गया, फिर चले गए. We never interacted with the people, and we never tried to build the networking and community, and all these components will work in this. I think entrepreneurship की जब journey start होगी, entrepreneurship, that means कि you are going to create a change within the community. And do you think that individual you can do all these things? By maybe some of you have a charismatic personality like a Gandhi or something. भाई साहब, what's your name? अर्जुन खड़ा होकर चलना शुरू करेगा, आप इनके पीछे चल दोगे क्या? But do you think that it can be possible?
Sorry, some influences the
How? What kind of components you require to that people will follow your path? Work and experience, and that what kind of impact you are going to leave in the society, right? And if you are talking about the RC Guha, and in my sector, if you're talking about that, जैसे हमारा sector है, we work for the child right, ठीक है? Child right की बात में अभी recently जो हमारे Nobel अवार्डी हैं, किनको दिया गया था? कैलाश सत्यार्थी. We work very closely. मैंने कभी imagine नहीं किया था आज से 3 महीने पहले कि I will share the chair with कैलाश सत्यार्थी. I will have the lunch with कैलाश सत्यार्थी. What brings me closer to कैलाश सत्यार्थी? पासेस, गेट पास बना लिया, चले गए उनके पास. कैसे पहुंच गया मैं वहां पे? या प्लीज आप बोलिए भाई. दैट इज द काइंड ऑफ पैनल डिस्कशन और इंटरेक्शन दैट वी के. मैं कैसे पहुंच गया? एक तो हो गया पैशन, दूसरा काम, और फ्रॉम बैक. भाई साहब, बैक बेंचर की मैं बड़ा रिस्पेक्ट करता हूं, मैं भी बैक बेंचर था. सबसे पीछे बैठने वाले हैं ना, एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम बनने वाले लोगों में से हैं पीछे वाले. डू यू हैव एनी कंपोनेंट दैट, क्या चीजें आपको एक शख्सियत, एक अचीवमेंट तक लेकर जा सकता है? नेटवर्किंग स्किल्स, दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. ठीक है, मैंने अभी भी कहा था कि व्हेन यू दैट स्टेइंग विद द पीपल इन द कम्युनिटी, लाइक देखिए, अब नेटवर्किंग के लिए हम वी जस्ट वेट फॉर द अपॉर्चुनिटी. I will speak when I will go in the parliament. I will speak when I will be in the Bollywood party. Because for interaction, we need such kind of people. No. Suddenly, if you'll get the moment to speak to the vice chancellor, sometimes people, कुछ लोग बात कर लेंगे, कुछ लोग नहीं कर पाएंगे. Because आपने उस हिसाब से अपने आप को adapt ही नहीं किया है. You don't have such kind of thing. So start with your journey from your classroom. ठीक है? There is a concept, or that is a philosophy called that learning by doing. The moment you will start the things, you will get to know everything. So then I started my journey. First जो मेरी job थी, I was in academics. I was teaching 11 years. That I realized that I have to come forward from the classroom. ठीक है? So exactly, yeah, sir, 2 मिनट देखिए, ये वाली भी बात बहुत ही important है कि कम समय में अपनी बात को कैसे रखनी है. तो बस मेरा यही है कि आपको पढ़ते पढ़ते that I realized that कि how that small idea can change your life. ठीक है ना? So in our society, I'm not the IT expert. I don't have a kind of entrepreneurship degree or certificate, but I have the vision. I have the idea. मुझे लगा कि recently you know that if I were that, आपने चाइल्ड लाइन का नाम सुना है क्या? चाइल्ड हेल्पलाइन नंबर है एक. क्या है नंबर वो? ठीक है, उसके बारे में रिसेंट अपडेट क्या है आपके पास? बस इसी एग्जांपल से मुझे लगता है कि मैं अपनी बात खत्म करूंगा. ठीक है, नो आइडिया. सी है ना, अभी सर ने एक बात कही थी, बीइंग अ सोशल साइंस स्टूडेंट यू हैव टू बी वेरी अपडेटेड that what's happening in the society. We are the part of society, and what is happening in the society we don't aware about that. ठीक है, that textbooks, that classroom learning, that give you exactly एक limited things, but always our faculty appreciate. हमें कहते हैं कि go beyond the textbook sometimes, है ना? तो वो चीजें, चाइल्ड लाइन का मैं जो रिसेंट अपडेट बताता हूँ जो उससे कनेक्ट करना चाहूंगा. चाइल्ड लाइन इज टेकन अवे फ्रॉम द सिविल सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. गवर्नमेंट ने उसको टेक ओवर कर लिया है. नाउ इट्स अंडर मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स, सारा का सारा. अब जो चाइल्ड लाइन इंडिया जो थी उसमें 11,000 सिविल सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस काम कर रही थी. अब वो सारा का सारा हैंड ओवर किया चला गया गवर्नमेंट के पास. तो व्हाट वी विल दे डू, दैट मीन्स कि अब चाइल्ड लाइन पे जो काम हो रहा था, दैट मीन्स की जो हेल्पलाइन थी, उस सारे नॉलेजेस को सीएसओस ने क्या किया. अभी लास्ट टाइम हम 2 दिन पहले वी हैड अ मीटिंग इन द यूनिसेफ एंड वी डिसाइडेड दैट कि व्हाट काइंड ऑफ अल्टरनेटिव प्रोग्राम्स वी कैन क्रिएट on the basis of that whatever vast knowledge of we had in the child line field. So we created a kind of tentative program जो कि 2024 में भी आपको पता चलेगा कि instead of child line that what CSOs are doing, child line से दोस्ती. So what we are doing that we are started developing a different kind of app, different kind of centers, different kind of counseling centers, therapy centers in everywhere related with the child right, जो कि चिल्ड्रंस को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए, उसके रिहैबिलिटेशन करने के लिए और उसके वेलबींग के लिए रिक्वायरमेंट है. फॉर दैट व्हाट वी नीड अ टीम. We need a team of IT professionals. We need a content writers. We need a subject expert. So everywhere we have a different kinds of opportunities in terms of that entrepreneurs opportunities for a social science student. If you are good in a writing, you can become a content writer. ठीक है. अब कोई ऐप है ना, सारे लोग ऐप्स जान रहे हैं ना, कितने ऐप्स हैं हमारे पास भाई? Everyone has a smartphone. We have a 2 operating system, right? Android or iOS. How many apps available in the Google Play Store? 3.20. Fine. In Apple Store, 2.20. अब हम एक ऐप डेवलप करेंगे तो लाखों की भीड़ में हमारा ऐप क्या हो जाएगा भाई? So that I think कि सर ने बहुत सारी चीजें कंक्लूड कर दी. तो so we do need a market research, everything है ना. It will start with your that classroom learning and everything. And rest of thing that कि जब हम बातचीत करेंगे तो ये सारे अपॉर्चुनिटी को हम कैसे ग्रैब कर सकते हैं. हम कोर्स भी कर रहे हैं बट वी डोंट हैव आईटी बैकग्राउंड. तो हाउ वी कैन अवेल ऑल दिस नॉलेज है ना, एज अ टर्म्स ऑफ एक्सपोजर. दो just after the completion of course, how we can start that our entrepreneurship journey. So rest of I will stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi, for the insightful talk. And couple of points, very important points that you mentioned, networking and just being generally aware. And we'll have an in-depth discussion during the conclusion. For now, I'd like to go to Mr. Saurabh Singh, who has joined us online. And Saurabh, for your piece.
Sure. Thank you so much. And Dennis, if you can confirm you're able to hear me properly. Am I audible?
Yeah. If you can speak up just a little, it will be better.
All right. I'll try to speak loud. Is that okay now?
Yeah, much better. Thank you.
Thanks, Dennis. Good morning, everyone. And it's a pleasure to be here and share my thoughts on entrepreneurship opportunities in social sciences and also data analytics, because that's where I majorly worked on in the last 15 years. And how is it applied to social sciences, right? I think my esteemed panelists, Dennis and Ravi, both shared very detailed insights on how technology and social science can come together and forge a proper, the combined forces, right? So before we dive in, let me share a little secret. Starting a startup or a tech startup as such, it's like launching a software update. It's exciting, it's a little nerve-wracking, and you hope it doesn't crash, right? But you learn a lot from those kind of experiences. So let's start with data analytics and social sciences. Analytics is not just about numbers; it's a game changer in the social sciences too. Like both Dennis and Ravi mentioned, it can help us decode the human behavior, societal trends, needs, and there are many Indian firms who are already into this foray. One of the firms called Social Corps, it's using data analytics in Indian scenario, right, to understand and solve social problems. For example, recently they predicted the targeted infection alerts using weekly disease outbreak data. Right. Apart from this, you must have also heard of, as Dennis also mentioned, controversial Cambridge Analytica. So this British political firm actually does the social engineering or understand the social data to help engineer wins in the elections. I think you must have heard about Trump and Cambridge's nexus earlier. Now, since the crowd is young, I'll just also take a small topical joke and how Taylor Swift must be using data analytics in her Eras tour. She needs to know exactly how many fans she needs to fill up the stadiums and what songs they want to hear, right? So data analytics can be part of each and every area or sphere of life. Now you must be thinking, we have given you so much of Gyan, but what's in it for me? As Ravi was also mentioning, see, wherever a data analytics project is being done, right, there are multiple and various skills which are required. Obviously, engineering is one of them, and as an important one. But that area, if you are, following the technology trends, that area is getting democratized day in, day out with the invent of technologies like Gen AI. If you have started using Chat GPT, it can write codes for you. It can devise content for you. It can help you learn things which you had not thought of earlier in a very, very easily when you simply asking questions and getting answers back, right? So that's getting democratized, and in the future, I think the programming skills are going to be more and more accessible to non-engineering background students as well. Second very important skill is someone who can first formulate the problem. Now, problem could be in the social context. It could be in any sphere of life. It could be a firm or organizational, a functional context. To understand that, you definitely need subject area expertise. You need to know if you are in social these things. You may be a SME on sociology. You may be an SME on economics, or you may be a social SME on psychology to understand human behavior, so and so forth. Then these same folks test those hypotheses. I'm still specifically talking about data analytics field. Work with engineers to create the systems or apps. Apps is just a generalized term. I think technology does much more than creating of just apps only. Then they take it to market, right? Just emphasizing again, knowing code is good, but a declining skill, and functional domain knowledge will be in demand more and more in the coming times. Dennis touched about ESG, right? Environmental, social, and governmental considerations. These three factors measure the sustainability and ethical impact of an investment either by a firm or a government, right? Now you can help as a social science student, where you can help. You can understand the social impact analysis of those initiatives on the communities, employees of the firm, or customers or suppliers of the firm. You can look at ethical practices and human rights in those areas. You can definitely look at devise frameworks for connecting to the communities, involve stakeholders, provide engagement parameters or framework. uh, Entire CSR initiatives, as Dennis also mentioned, that can be governed by and understood much better by social science students. In short, the S part of ESG is where you can have significant contributions. Uh, you must have also heard of impact investment. This is a new term that has come into being. So all these foundations like Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, or large NGOs or large CSR initiatives which are going on, where should they invest? Who would tell them that investing in certain initiative will give the most impact in terms of societal improvement? That's you people, right? Understanding of that's society, understanding of the human nature, understanding of specific economic indicators will make you apt for these kind of roles, right? Since most of the things have been talked by my esteemed panelists, I will just talk about few of the Indian startups who are working in social areas, and then conclude with that. Okay, so one of these startups is Rural Shores. I don't know if you've heard of it. I just talked about impact investments. Uh, this is a firm which is doing impact venturing, focusing on rural development. They provide employment in rural areas by setting up rural BPOs, right? Thus, impacting the employability over there, as well as helping them deal with the social challenges. Another obvious area is edtech or social learning or online learning like Byju's, content creations to your specific subject areas. dealing with or engagement with students, parents can be done by people like yourself. Very important area which is emerging now is the mental health and wellness. There are many firms, Indian startups who have already started getting into this. It could be Healthify, it could be CureFit. And again, people with your kind of backgrounds, psychology, sociology, can help these firms creating more and more important and nice content, very relevant content, and then engage with their customers. Social corps I talked about earlier, which I mentioned, is a combination of social sciences and technology to drive social innovation. They work on projects related to healthcare, education, and urban development, collaborating with governments and large NGOs, large corporate firms to provide and create positive social impact. Again, policy research is one specific area wherein you guys are the best. Obviously, an engineer can't add much to that area. So PRS, Legislative and Research, is a firm which works with government and policy research agencies to form their recommendations on policymakers, give it to and contribute to informed policy decisions in India. One more area which is there, and I'll just take one more minute. It's one other company is called Sahapedia. I don't know if you've heard of it, but it promotes cultural preservation and tourism in India. So what they've given is they have a rich digital content in terms of the resources and content related to India's rich cultural heritage, facilitating cultural tourism and preservation efforts, right? And understand, entrepreneurship in India is actively contributing to societal progress while building successful businesses. So I would encourage you all to explore either jobs or internships or entrepreneurial opportunities in social sciences. The world needs a fresher perspective, not only an engineers coming from engineer. It should matter a lot to you guys. And as Einstein said, right, the main source of knowledge is learning, experience, which Ravi also mentioned, right? So dive into internships, find out jobs, build a startup, and network a lot, and then learn from there. So those would be my 2 cents, Dennis. Thanks.
Thank you, Saurav, and thank you for sticking to the timeline as well. I think the is about data analytics, functional knowledge, and mental health, very important. I'd just like to add my bit over here is that when we speak about innovation, you do not have to reinvent the wheel every time. Even an incremental innovation can lead to an idea, which can then lead to a successful startup. So with this being said, I'd like to go to Orgo. Okay, so would you like to talk and then go to the presentation? Just fine. Sure. So we have a bit of a technical delay. So I'll continue the session over here and take points from what Saurav and Ravi said. Networking is very important. Basic simple things like going on LinkedIn. How many of you have a LinkedIn profile yet? So yeah, so when we talk about entrepreneurship, you have to be very well connected. And I see a very small number of students over here having a LinkedIn profile. I would urge you all to, get onto the platform, network with people who are there in your industry and your peers. And, that is how you start building the bridges for your future venture and even for your professional journey. The other takeaways so far that I've had from this conversation is that if you're studying history, it's not necessary that you have to become a historian or you have to become an academic. There are a plethora of fields for you to begin your career. Again, interdisciplinary areas are there. The skills that you acquire while studying a subject like history or psychology have a multi-purpose use in the corporate world today. If you put your just a thought to it, like we spoke about various fields like communication, being political network. Saurabh spoke about Cambridge Analytica, and people like Prashant Kishore have made a living out of, political research, surveys, so on and so forth. So these are industries, some of the industries, mental health is very important, social impact, wherein, students like yourselves can make a huge impact. And there is no dearth of opportunities that lie. So one of the basic things is to network, be aware, read the newspaper or watch news. I would request everybody. It is very important to be, if you're operating in an ecosystem, in a business environment, to be politically aware that what political systems drive our country, being aware at a policy level that what are the policies that have been made to facilitate the business and your growth. Understanding of technology is very important, and how technology can facilitate business, that is very important. And these are some of the points that can be kept in mind while thinking about an entrepreneurial venture. And now I'd like to go to Orgo for his talk. Over to you, Orgo.
Yeah. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, ma'am, for the introductory note, and thank you, Dennis, Ravi, and Saurav for amazing discussions. Technology, just give us a second. ये मूव नहीं हो रहा है। Sorry, while we are figuring this out, so I'm probably the odd one in the room. I am not a social scientist, or I don't have a background in social sciences, like all of you in the room do. I'm an architect, and I run an architecture practice between New York and Delhi. And but it's a practice. Maybe you can stop it and reshare. वो करना नहीं चाहिए था. Yeah, I run an architecture practice between New York, a small practice between New York and Delhi, but we are highly interested in social sciences, and the work we do is not only focused architecture as a discipline, but we look at social relevance of our projects and cultural significance of our projects. So we have been engaging with NGOs that we work with. We are doing some social projects in Sundarban. We are working with Kolkata Partition Museum Trust on creating a virtual museum where interviews of refugees have been archived. We are talking with Tata Foundation Trust to work on a tribal museum in Jharkhand, working on several other social projects that we are collaborating with NGOs and foundations. I'll be very quick. I would like to leave time for discussions later on. These are some of the projects that we have been engaged in. So looking at our projects from three different lenses of how our relationship with land is formed, how people's relationship with land is formed. And that's where social sciences come into play, because how do we exist as a society, and how do we create built heritage or community projects that explore our relationship with land. So we worked on several heritage projects with the World Bank. One of it is on Buddhist cultural heritage. This was a master plan that we had done for Sarnath. But in all of these projects, social relevance of the project is really important. I'm going to move to another project that we are working on. This is a highly significant site where India's national emblem, the lion capital, was excavated and the first Buddhist sermon was given. Then we worked on in Lumbini, right next to Buddha's birth site, where existing villages were displaced when this master plan was created in the 70s by a Japanese architect. And what our current project is doing is creating a cafe for pilgrims and tourists that visit Lumbini. But the place is being run by local rural women. It's a small 2-story barrel vaulted space that we had renovated. That's the entrance to the place. But the most significant aspect of these are some of the construction pictures, is this being run by local women from the same villages that got displaced 40 years back, from the same families. This is another project where we are trying to work with artisans of craft forms that are being lost in northern India. This is 900 meters from Taj Mahal. This is also with the World Bank. We're creating workshops for artisans who are practicing craft forms that are not very commercially viable, and how can we make them mainstream. And so we, in all of this process, we try to act as a facilitator to help them. And I hope some of these projects you find relevant in the theories that you study in school and see how those could be applied. So this is our social projects in Sundarban, where we worked with an NGO, visited the region right after Amphan, documented the damage that had happened, and worked on, this is a tribal group that we are working with. This is a Munda community in Sundarban. And we also looked at their traditional house form in rural Bengal, and how that could be used to create something that is relevant for these communities. I'm going to quickly move through the slides to come to the current. This is a house typology that we built for the villages that could withstand floods and the storm. But at the same time, it could also house, other than the single family that it will be housing, it could house 6 other families when a storm hits. One important aspect was looking at how they live in and how they store their belongings, and how that could be taken into the new prototype that we were developing. We did some workshops with Munda women, and we tried to understand. There was a language barrier. A lot of them speak Bengali. Some of them prefer speaking in their native language, but we had translators, and we conducted these workshops to understand what do they really need. And what they said was they need a school for their kids. They didn't ask for anything for themselves. So I think when you empower women in rural societies, in marginalized societies, you are doing something better for the society, because they will be thinking about their children, they'll be thinking about their community more than men. And that's something we have realized working with these communities on ground. That's a small health center project that's right now under construction with a school. We tried to work with the local Munda community for construction with some specialized bamboo workers. So that's in progress construction that's happening, where we are trying to keep some of their existing material and construction system of working with bamboo, working with mud, but making it more stabilized so that they are able to withstand storm, and it can serve long-term purposes. That's we call in Bengali we call it al. That's a embankment that protects the villages from the storm. And while during one of the trips, this embankment had a big crack, and these are the village people with the village pradhan. They were planning on creating another embankment so that they don't have to use the current one. As I said, we have been engaged with the Kolkata Partition Museum Trust, creating a virtual museum, but also with 1947 Partition Archive. And really, these are some images from Calcutta post-partition of settlements that were, this is an image from Dhaka where existing buildings were left behind by migrants who came to the other side. This was an exhibition of women that got displaced during partition, and they were survivors of the genocide from Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh. This happened inside Mandi House train station, and trains have a very strong significance for the partition movement. We worked with archiving a lot of interviews of refugees who still face the brunt of partition post 1971, 1962, and they still live in these camps that are because they were not accommodated in the in West Bengal, so they were given camps in either Orissa, Chhattisgarh, and they still live in those camps. And we got to know the conditions they live in, and a website, the virtual museum website, archives all their interviews in both in video format, in text format. And you are also able to move through a space. Madhumita is aware of the project. We had presented it at Amity 2 years ago, where you will be able to move through different material histories of Bengal and enter into a central space where you have all the interviews of these refugees archived and displayed. So we wanted to give you a glimpse of the work that we do that is highly rooted in social and cultural aspects. At the same time, as I said earlier, I'm the outsider in the room, but I keep a deep interest in history, sociology, and try to read up as much as I can. But what I have also realized is that reading up gave me a framework to operate. But when we started working on the ground, none of those readings made a lot of sense. It did give the framework, but I guess what I'm coming at is the school is amazing. You need to go through this whole education system to provide a framework for you to think. But if you think that by the time you complete school or college, your education ends, then you will be completely mistaken. Your education needs to continually develop as you move through your life, as you work. And another thing I wanted to say is that you need to be premeditated in terms of what your interests are and what you really want to work on. Because if you don't know what you want to do, you will do what others want you to do. And it really helps. And school helps you to get that exposure to wide variety of subjects, but during school, it's also important that you go through internships, know what's going on in the world, work with foundations, with NGOs, and see what you've learned in school. What impact does that have in the real world when people are making, working with communities? But you'll realize you'll complete a full circle when you have your ground in academia, you understand the theories behind the subjects, and you'll be able to frame your position better when you work in the field. And that way your school or college education will become invaluable. So with that, I'll end my presentation, and then I'll hand it over to Dennis, and we can have a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arvo. So because we are slightly behind schedule, So instead of giving my concluding remarks, I'd like to ask a question to all of my co-panelists, and a very focused questions. And I'd request you if you can answer that in a minute's time. So I'll start with Ravi, that how can a social science student can make a difference or build an entrepreneurial venture uh, in what you do, or what are the entrepreneurial or career opportunities, and how can a social science student upskill himself or herself in this particular field?
I think the many things which is already discussed by the different panelists. You need some certain skills before that, you know? And apart from that, being a student, you have to do some basic research during your courses, like that informations matters, where you have to go, how you have to achieve the things is that. And so, and most important, you need a very specific and specialist and experienced mentorship. Because I think in a college level that faculty can play a very important role to mentoring them, because many of information like internship opportunity we are talking that. And so last time sometimes people student become very confused that and where we have to go for the internship. And I'm the student from the history, I'm a student from the political science, where is the internship opportunity? And समय के साथ internship में बहुत सारे transformation आया है. Now we are looking for the paid internship, unpaid internship, short-term internship, long-term internship. And you have to decide what kind of internship you are looking. So quickly, I will give you the small example. जहाँ पे आप access कर सकते हैं all kind of internship. There is a website called Internshala. I think you must be knowing about Internshala. Just feed your that stream. You belongs to history. You want in Gurgaon. You want in Australia. Whatever you want, that you will get there. You want paid. Filter आप डाल दो, you will get the internship opportunity. ठीक है, like that. And also there is a website called Knowledge Teach. So two things as a student level, I think it will give you lots of information desired to your what you want in that field. And I think another thing is that
Specifically, I would wanted to know in your particular domain of developmental sector and social work. So if any student who's gearing up to work in that particular sector, so what are the specific skills that you, as from an industry perspective, that you look at when you're interviewing students?
Yeah, I think the first I already mentioned that. And first, the basic and most important, you need people's skill. That is most important. People's skills, that that in the people's skills, the many things is which is required. एक तो जो बात अभी I think कि आरोग्य ने भी कहा था that people's skills के साथ साथ you need a very good communication skills. You have ideas. I think if we have a thousand of people around us, everyone has an idea. But कुछ लोग उस ideas को लेकर आ जाते हैं, कुछ लोग नहीं ले पाते. People have a skill, people have a communication power, then they can bring the ideas. तो communication skill पे भी बहुत काम करने की जरूरत है. Research skill also include the data analytics. The data analytics का जो career है, जो requirement है market, I think the whole industry to become a data driven. And either he's working, me as a working, everything based on the data. That we need a people who he is a play with the data. He can analyze the data. That if you're working on the poverty, how you will assess the poverty? If there is a need of intervention, you need to look into the data. So there is a need of data specialist research and market knowledge. And some, I think that Arugyu will tell you some basic entrepreneurship skills, that is like that market knowledge and how to develop the things, that everything. So these kind of basic things we require. So
thank you, Ravi. I'd like to go to Saurabh with the same question, that when you are meeting students, freshers, if I were to put it that way, what are the specific skills that you are looking for? And I would like you to stick to your own particular field, data analytics and technology. So if you may enlighten us with that, Saurabh.
Sure. Sure, Dennis. So I covered most of it during my earlier talk that I gave for 10 odd minutes. The very specific skill that is required for data analytics. As I said, one is that engineers and technology, they will come and create the system for you. But who will give them the requirements? What system has to be created? Okay, from a subject matter expertise perspective, right? If I have to go deep into it and I have to create an data analytics platform, let's say for students itself, from a student's perspective, who would give me the best type of requirements? It could be a teacher, faculty, it could be earlier students, it could be an academician, right? So they have those specific subject domain expertise, which comes in handy while we're creating a data analytics platform for any of the streams. Similarly, if I'm working with government, if I'm working with policymakers, right, what kind of data do they require to analyze? As Ravi also mentioned, right? So I'm saying, I have to look at how many people are living below poverty line, but who will give me that tolerance level? What is defined as below poverty line? Then what are the initiatives that is government already running? Then I need to understand those initiatives so that I can bake in with the data and give a holistic insight to the person who's going to use the platform, and then drive insights and maybe tweaking some policies basis that insights, right? So therefore, when we look at from a data analytics perspective, non-engineering background people or students, we look at how good they know their domain, how good have they studied their particular subject. It could be pol science, it could be psychology, it could be sociology, it could be anything under the sun. But as Ravi also mentioned, data analytics is pervasive in any field, be it organization working for profit, non-profit, or government. The understanding of the domain becomes paramount.
So do you think that a technology handicap for a social science student would act as a deterrent for them to build their careers?
No, even if you look at all the entrepreneurial journeys, right? People have come together to form or create an organization. You can talk about, for example, let's talk about boat, right? The guy, I'm sorry, I'm just losing his name, Mr. Aman Gupta, right? He's a CA, right? The other partner who's working with him is more on the supply chain side of things. He understands how to distribute. He understands distribution, right? They came together and then they took third partner who's more into technology, and they came together to create this behemoth called boat, right? This guy had understanding of financials and marketing. This guy had understanding of supply chain. This guy had an understanding of technology. They came together to create this company, right? Similarly, there are so many other examples, right? So I've seen that most of the successful entrepreneurship journeys, they are not individual in nature. A team has come together to create those specific ventures which are doing really well in the market today.
Thank you very much, Saurav. I think that gives a lot of insight. I'd like to go to Orgo. Orgo, your firm is, if I may put it that way, is working towards bringing a cultural renaissance and, preserving a lot of, are working towards preserving a lot of our history, our culture, our heritage. So from that perspective, if somebody, a student, was to work in architecture and, you know, doing the things that your company is doing or do similar kind of things, what are the particular skills that you would want the students to have, or what is the kind of attitude, that you would want students to approach things?
Thank you, Dennis, for the question. Is it working? Yeah. Thank you, Dennis, for the question. I mean, unfortunately, most architecture firms are not interested in social science, right? And there are very few firms who are interested in social science. And I believe that you can't do architecture without knowing social science, without appreciating history, sociology, anthropology. So there are few firms. I don't know of a single firm in India that hires social scientists as part of the team, but there are few firms in Europe who have a cultural interest, who have a social interest in the work, and they would hire social scientists, and that they have a small team of social scientists. And we also hope at some point, 3-4 years down the line, once our work with NGOs increase, and we would like to have social scientists as part of the team. We collaborate with them as part of the extended team with NGOs, but I think for me, it's a learning experience, right? Because it's a new discipline for me. So even if I read some, I have a lot to learn from every one of you in this room. And that should be your attitude about everything else in the humanities. I think that's the beauty of humanities, is that you can be curious about it and learn about it. It's not that way. It's very different from programming or the technical disciplines. You can have an opinion about architecture. You can have an opinion about how things can be better dealt by an NGO, how society can progress. So I feel I have worked with several people who are from the social sciences, just their basic core, but understanding how that applies to the field, how that can be taken to the community. And I would also say it's very important for students to travel, and actually not travel to see beautiful places, but travel and engage with communities, because we can talk about it sitting in an office, but once you step outside and talk with the community, it's very different. So that's the unfortunate truth. I don't know if that shouldn't deter you from working in a sector where you're dealing with the built environment, because there's a lot of impact that you can do, and you can work with NGOs, foundations that directly work with creating housing, that directly work with creating shelter, storm shelter, or other things. Fewer in number, they're very few in number, but yeah, I hope that was a good response. Thank you.
Thank you, Orgo. What I taken away from your response is that application of what we've learned in the classroom is important, and how it applies to a particular field. And one needs to go out there in the field, and armchair consulting is avoidable at best, right? So thank you very much to all my co-panelists for their time and response. And ma'am, do we have a question? Okay, so I'll open the house for Q&A now, and we're happy to take any questions if any of the students have, or the faculty members over here have any questions.
Okay, we really don't have time. We have to. If you have questions.
Anyone?
I would like to ask a question.
Sure, ma'am.
Thank you. Thanks to all of you for being here. Okay, that was so enlightening. As I was rushing around, I was trying to concentrate and soak in as much information as possible. Now, to all the panelists here, because I have been teaching history and I've been studying history for so long. And one thing I have learned is that we are often accused of that we lack skill. What we have is theoretical knowledge, but because of the courtesy of reading so much and analyzing so much and writing so much, what we develop is the ability to synthesize a lot of information and coming to a succinct point or understanding, which is an insightful understanding of a problem. As very important entrepreneurs and very top leaders of industries, do you think that would be an valuable asset, people with synthesizing power, analytical power, who can see through a problem, navigate through a problem, and be able to come at a solution which is more diversity inclusive, rather than very narrow or technology driven? Will you think that would be something, that a quality that you would like to hire as top leaders in your field?
We would gladly take on students who have even 50% of what you mentioned, ma'am, because we face a serious talent crunch, and problem solving, the ability to assimilate information in a way which can be communicated, writing skills, speaking skills is what we lack, the ability to find solutions to problems, the ability to break big data down, the ability to, look at data, get insights out of it, and then create actionable, implementable plans out of it, execution plans out of it. is the ability that we want to in students. Now, those students can be from any background, whether these are social sciences background, whether it's sciences, commerce, so on and so forth. These are certain skills, problem solving skills in a nutshell is what I'd say that we would definitely look at, because I come from a communication background. Of course, writing skills matter, communication skills matter, your ability to network matter. And these skills are, stream agnostic, I would say. You don't have to be a social science student to have good networking skills, or a computer graduate, or you can be from any field. You need to have these basic skills to be able to excel well in the career. And if you have these skills, irrespective of the background, you would excel. And a knowledge of social sciences would definitely give you a heads up and advantage when it comes to students who come in from other fields.
I think I'm the example for you that. Yeah, because I'm the person who is entered in the social sector without having a zero experience, but I'm heading the CSOs because of these qualities. Was you mentioned that? No, it matters for that. So.
Madhumita, I'll say that students from social sciences, history, philosophy, sociology, anthropology, any of these disciplines, they have way more empathy than an engineering student. And I think as professionals, to do meaningful work, we need way more empathy. That's all I will say, is that we don't need to make more money, we need more empathy, and that's how we can contribute to society. So that's that soft skill that I can confidently say that most engineering students lack, unfortunately. And that is there embedded in the learning that is done in the humanities. Unfortunately, India as a society, we are just obsessed with engineering, and that's not a phenomenon that is now, that started by Nehru, by building the way he has developed the nation in the early years. And there was no stress on the humanities in these early years, but I feel things are changing. There are more schools that are offering these things, and then there are more NGOs, more foundations that, and even the corporates, they are beginning to realize with AI, even in Silicon Valley, they are hiring social scientists. That shows you how important it is, because we are progressing at a breakneck speed without understanding social implications of technology and the harm that it is doing to society. So if you are looking at the profitable technology companies, even they are realizing we need to formulate policy. We need to understand the implication of the work we do, because they know the wrongs that they are doing. And they are hiring social scientists to fix those wrongs. So that shows a lot. We don't need to speak much more. Thank you.
One thing I just want to say that मुझे लगता है कि सारी डिस्कशन को ना मैं जाते जाते मैं एक सवाल छोड़कर जाना चाहता हूँ आपके लिए, because majority of history students is there है ना. Just start thinking. अभी कुछ मत करो आप, है ना. जितनी नॉलेज आई ना उसको बाद में करना. एक चीज बेसिक मुझे लगता है you have to start with, है ना, what history can contribute in the society. Just start thinking that, है ना, whatever you are having in the text, है ना, history का क्या योगदान है भाई society के लिए. What historical knowledge can contribute in the society. The moment you will start thinking about it, you will get the different kind of ideas, है ना, कि technological हम क्या लेना है, इससे क्या लेना है. First, you have to start how history can contribute in the society. That's it.
Yeah, just to add, just to conclude it, all of you are, I'm assuming this, that all of you are freshers and you are still doing your graduation, masters, or MPhil or PhD or whatever, right? The basic skills that any company would require, be it technology or be it non-technology, even the core technology firms hire non-technology people, and the kind of questions that are asked during the interview process is mostly around to understand how proactive you are, how good you are, at learning new stuff. Adaptability matters, right? So try to highlight those kind of skills in your resume or while you are interviewing for any job or any interviews, right? Do that, and I think you have a successful career. The subject matter expertise, as I said, makes a lot of impact. That is definitely given. And you are young. You can leave the philosophical stuff as of now. Think more about in terms of what you want to do. try to have gain knowledge as per that, right? If you want to do some technological stuff in the social domain, there's no harm in learning a bit of technology. So groom yourself in that nature, and I think I'm sure you all will be doing pretty well in your lives.
Thank you, Saurabh.
Thank you, Saurabh, and thank you to all my co-panelists over here. Thank you, Madhumita ma'am. And with this, we'd like to conclude the session and move on to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you. Excellent. Excellent.
बहुत अच्छे से सारा कुछ कराया।
Sara, see, what of thanks to you बोलना पड़ा. I said, no, no.
नहीं ओके मैं हो गया खत्म हो गया क्योंकि 12 बजे से नेक्स्ट सेशन है
So, thank you, everyone. I'll be leaving the conference. Thanks.
हाँ हेलो आ गया या नहीं दे रहा हेलो
हेलो चेक हेलो 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 बोल ही रहा हूँ मैं तो हेलो 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 आप बोलो वहाँ से अभी आ रही है लेकिन लंबे जैसे क्लियर आ रही थी ना वैसे नहीं आ रही है हेलो 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 चेक हेलो 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 हेलो
अब सुनो हेलो
थोड़ा सा ना माइक थोड़ा सा ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे बिल्कुल मुंह पे रख के बोल रहे
कुछ चलेगा भी तो आगे बोलना
हैं हेलो 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 चेक चेक हेलो 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 हेलो
ठीक है आ रही है
बोलो तुम बोलना
हेलो
ठीक है ठीक है ठीक
बुलाया ये
आगे आगे बैठो क्यों सबसे पीछे बैठे हो बेटा क्या हो गया आगे बैठे आगे आइए आशुतोष कम चलिए आगे का अपना जल्दी क्या बैठिए आप लोग बेटा ये आवाज नहीं खा रही है क्या आप लोग को बैठना भी कम क्या बैठिए फर्स्ट फ्लोर आगे जैसे कम आगे यहाँ सेकंड रो से बैठना
ये यहाँ से देंगे मैं उनसे बात करता हूँ ये माइक यूज तो कर सकते हैं बट भाई गूगल मीट ये वहाँ इसकी आवाज वहाँ जाएगी नहीं। तो उसके लिए हमें वही माइक यूज करना पड़ेगा। किशन एक एक बात बताइए जब तक गूगल मीट लिंक स्टार्ट नहीं होता ये वाला कनेक्शन तब तक इससे यूज कर सकते हैं जब वो होगा तो उसको यूज कर लेंगे फिर ऐसा नहीं हो सकता।
तो इसको बेसिकली यूज नहीं
जूम पे नहीं आ रही वैसे तो आ जाती है अब जो तुम्हारे
Hello. 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 Excuse me. It's on. It's on, sir. It's on, sir. Okay. Okay. Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and our distinguished panelists, a very warm welcome to all of you to this significant gathering focused on the theme of empowering tribal youth through entrepreneurship. It is truly an honor to stand before you today to shed light on the objectives behind this vital initiative and the pivotal role that agricultural practices play in achieving these objectives. In India, the rich tapestry of our cultural heritage is interwoven with the diverse and vibrant tribal communities that have called this land home for centuries. These communities have an intimate relationship with the land, deeply rooted in their traditions and customs. Yet, despite their invaluable contribution to our nation's agricultural wealth, many tribal youths face numerous challenges, including the poverty, lack of education, limited access to resources, and economic development. So, why do we need to empower our tribal youth, and how does agriculture come into play? Our first objective is to achieve inclusive growth, where every citizen, regardless of their background or circumstances, has the opportunity to participate in and benefit from India's economic development. Empowering tribal youth through agriculture is a critical step towards achieving this goal. By equipping them with the skills and resources to engage in modern sustainable agricultural practices, we enable them to not only uplift themselves but also contribute to the overall growth of our nation. Tribal communities are a living display of our cultural diversity. The unique knowledge and practices in agriculture handed down through our generations are a testament to the rich tapestry of our nation. Empowering tribal youth in agripreneurship ensures the preservation of these invaluable traditions while also fostering innovation and the adoption of modern agriculture techniques. In conclusion, the objectives behind empowering tribal youth agripreneurship are multifaceted and profound. By harnessing the potential of these communities and integrating them into the broader agricultural landscape, we pave the way for a brighter, more inclusive, and sustainable future for India. Today, we have with us a panel of experts who will share their insights and experiences on this critical journey. Their expertise will undoubtedly guide us in finding innovative solutions and charting a path towards a more equitable and prosperous India. I encourage you all to engage in this meaningful event to further this noble cause. Thank you, and let us work together together to empower our tribal youth and revolutionize agriculture for the betterment of our great nation. Now, I'd like to invite our session moderator, Dr. Bhavna Sharma.
Thank you so much, Tarasha. I welcome all our esteemed guests, and also I request my faculty colleagues to kindly welcome them with a tulsi plant, that is a tradition of amity. I request Dr. Astha Mishra kindly come and felicitate Dr. Muniketan Behraji. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
वापस ले जाओ. Thank you, sir. I now request to kindly felicitate. Open करके दो. Yeah. We welcome you at Amity, sir. I now request Dr. Viva Singh to kindly felicitate Mr. Vishwas Gupta ji. Student, please have a round of applause. Welcome, sir. Thank you. I now request Dr. Suresha to kindly felicitate Mr. Sandeep Bhatna ji. Thank you, sir, and we welcome you at Amity. I now request our session chair, Dr. Muniketan Behraji, to kindly now start a panel discussion, and one by one, will be time for each panelist to speak, and in the last, we will discuss the question and answer session.
What is the time that you?
Sir, 10 to 15 minutes for each speaker.
10 to 15 minutes. Okay. Sir, just a minute, I can just give a brief introduction about it. Everyone, a warm and cordial welcome to each and every one of you as we gather here today for a truly enlightening event. I extend my heartfelt greetings and sincere gratitude to all of you for joining us in this important conference on tribal youth empowerment through agripreneurship. Now, we'll begin this engaging session by introducing our session chair, Professor Dr. Muniketan Behra, with his wealth of knowledge and experience. He will be guiding us through the crucial discussion that lie ahead. Professor Dr. Behra is a highly accomplished academic, currently serving as a professor at Jawaharlal Nehru University. His academic journey is marked by a profound commitment to a betterment of tribal communities. He possesses a rich tapestry of expertise in areas including tribal livelihood and development. His academic credentials are impressive, having earned a PhD degree in economics from Allahabad University and an MPhil degree in economics from University of Hyderabad. Professor Dr. Behra's dedication in his field is evident through his scholarly contributions. He has authored numerous publications with some notable works, including Income and Expenditures of Particular Vulnerable Tribal Communities and Agricultural Finance in Tribal Areas, featured in Journal of Social and Economic Studies. Today, we are privileged to have Professor Dr. Behra guiding us in this discussion. So please join me in extending a warm welcome to Professor Dr. Behra as we embark on this enlightening panel discussion. Thank you so much. Sir, please.
So I think I will speak for 10 minutes.
So maybe, thank you for this opportunity that you have given. So I would like to, because I work all of our students here. So I was when I joined faculty in 2006 here in Amity University. So I worked here, I have taken many classes in this writing algorithm. Okay, so whatever the background that I have, so I will try to share my own experience. I am not expert in that extent that would say that I would say anything, but working since last 20 years,
Am I audible? It is, yeah. So if you go for, so most of the cases you will find that what I learned from the field, that I will share with you. So if you go for this, the topic that is given, so I have prepared a PPT, but the time limit is 15 minutes. So I am not using that. So whatever clarification that you have, so I am happy that you will ask me questions. Okay, so you have given the question, I will answer. So, so if you go there, so if you, so within tribes, so if you go for the profile of tribes, so in terms of all economic parameters, you talk about your income, you talk about your education, you talk about your wealth, on every dimensions. So if you go far, so you will find they are at the bottom. Okay. So if you go for, like, we have 705 tribes in India, scheduled tribes. If you go for 705, and aggregate we have close to 8 point something, 8.7, 8.8, close to 9% of our total population are scheduled tribes. And within the tribe, so there is a concept I think you should know, that is PBPG, particularly vulnerable tribal groups. Okay, so within the tribe, some so they are more vulnerable. Okay, so now the debate is, I only say to the students that why now we are talking about the tribal development. Not tribal development, we are talking about rural development. If you go for, so I think everyone will agree that you have the question of the issue of the employment. Now, if you go for most of the cases, you just look at it. If you go for, we have labor force. We have 78 point something million labor force in India. That's what the latest data that we have. In each year, so we are adding close to 7 to 8 million more than that to the labor force. Okay, so if you go for most of the cases, you find, so where is the employment? So in that context, that the topic of today, that I say that you need to give emphasis agriculture. That we are talking about agricultural entrepreneurship. So now, so you just look at it. There is migration from rural to urban because of the vulnerability. There is no lively option. Here, earlier, if you go to tribal contest, so they get everything from the forestry that we call as a minor forest produce, that we call as a non-timber forest product. So most of them now, if you go over, so their income, more than 60% of their total income that we have calculated, so it's come from the forestry income, particularly minor forest produce. So now, if you go for agriculture, I always say to my students, if you want to create employment, if you want to eradicate poverty in the tribal area, so only option is that you have to provide employment opportunity to the rural mass, to the tribal youth. So in this context, if you go there, so I think there is a need of capacity building of your agriculture sector. There is no alternative to that. Why I am asking these questions? If you go for the primary sector that we are talking about, the agriculture, the forestry, other sector, so you will find yet more than 50% of our total population depend upon this agriculture for their livelihood. And most of these employed there. So in that context, so if you want to, your service sector, though it's contribute to maximum to the GDP, but actually it is not able to provide the employment opportunity because we have labor surplus economy. So in that context, so there is, you need to, investment needs to develop the agriculture sector to stop the migration, to stop the poverty, to stop, if you go for that creation of employment. Now the topic that is given, agricultural entrepreneurship. So in that context, so you have to, this tribal youth, if you go for, I have worked extensively on this, I will tell you at that point, you stop me when you got a picture, exactly, okay, then I should allow them first. I think that I am the, no, this is wrong. I think that someone other is here.
No, you are the, you are the.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, maybe I'll answer now. I don't know these things. Okay, so maybe, so I will tell you, let me the speaker speak fast. So I will try to, if you go for, like most of the cases, so you have to, that you have to take that employment in the agriculture sector. Whatever the resources are available in the local level, that using that resources, that input, that entrepreneurship that you need to develop for creation of employment in the tribal area, tribal youth. If you go for, I do not know how many of you have visited to the tribal area. At least my request to everyone, at least go to the field. And you learn a lot from the field if you go to these things. I think I will speak later. So now I think I said request this was, I think, 15 minutes you will speak on this. Then Memoria.
Just a minute, let me just introduce you.
Thank you, Professor Vora, for your enlightening insights and expertise on this session. Your contribution and laid a solid foundation for the discussion today. Now let's shift our focus to this exciting world of agritech with our next speaker. It is my great pleasure that I introduce our next distinguished speaker, Mr. Vishwas Gupta. He is a visionary entrepreneur who left an indelible mark in the running of our people. Mr. Vishwas Gupta's journey into the world of agriculture and technology began with a strong academic foundation. He holds an MBA degree and MBA degree from the prestigious ICEIL Institute of Higher Education from Gurgaon. But it is in its realm of entrepreneurship that Mr. Gupta truly shines. He is founder of Farm to Families, a groundbreaking like agritech platform with a mission to bridge the gap between farmers and our urban families. This platform offers a unique approach, providing our urban families with a personal farmland experience, personalized farming services, remote monitoring options, and convenience of organic produce delivered to their doorstep every fifth day. Under Mr. Vishwas Gupta's leadership, farm to families have not only harnessed the power of technology, but also fostered a deeper connection between consumers and the source of their foods. Today, we are honored to have Mr. Vishwas Gupta join us and share his insights into the transformative role of agritech in the empowering both farmers and urban communities. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Vishwas Gupta as he takes the stage to enlighten us with his experience and expertise. So, my name is Vishwas Gupta, I'm founder of Farm to Families. May I come forward to signing to that project? Really? Okay. That makes me comfortable. So we are here to cover policies and all. So first, I would like to tell you to my Farm to Families. I'll share my journey and probably like my journey. Answer for these questions. So what is Farms of Family basically? So Farms of Family is basically an aggregate platform where people can build their personal farmland with personal farm with remote monitoring. So why I started this thing, so that when I started, like it's a very long story. After completing I became a town's education. Then something happened in my family. I went to Himalayas and for like 3 months. I was staying in a temples only. फिर जब वापस आया उसके बाद फिर मैंने यहाँ पे started by this concept. Like I started a job first into real estate. So when I was doing a job in real estate, I started feeling that, I started missing that natural food. So मुझे लगता है कि like उसके लिए मैं क्या किया, like I took my own land लिया, तो खेती करना start करा. When I started doing farming for now, I thought कि like जिनकी issues are like natural food. So I find a gap. So like, usually we study about a gap theory. So what is the basically a gap theory? That we provide a customer expectation, there will be always a gap. So like we say that, if you want to start something, if you want to find some idea, I usually say that you have to यहाँ से आप रास्ते में दिमाग खोल के चलोगे कुछ फाइनल कुछ ना कुछ गैप आपको दिखाई देगा. तो अगर आप देखो तो ये क्या दिमाग में जाना है कैसे जाऊंगा टैक्सी वाली चीजें सोशल. Always the gaps. I find the gap like much with natural food. Like there's a lot of people those are selling like we are selling organic, but how can we really show like that is actually organic or not? So like as per the data, in India, what are the land we have? As per the government data, only 20% land we are using for this chemical-free farming. And that's a government data. Exact data is 1.5. And you'll be surprising by knowing out of this 1.5, there's only 1%. There's a 1% farmer, they are taking the certificate and they are again doing the same chemical. So exact land, India के अंदर 12.5% land है जो कि chemical free use करा जा रहा है. Supply is less and demand is high. तो कहीं ना कहीं तो गड़बड़ हो रहा है ना. सो आई फाउंड दिस गैप. तो मुझे लगा कि यार अब ये प्रॉब्लम है तो अब इसका सोल्यूशन क्या हो सकता है. क्या लगता है कि लाइक ना कि बड़ी बड़ी जो अब जैसे अगर मैं आपसे डापर को लगी सो ये हनी से तो उसमें कई बार पकड़ा गया कि हनी वो शुगर वाला बेच रहे थे. तो जब इतनी बड़ी बड़ी कंपनीज कर सकते हैं तो फार्मर की तो गड़बड़ कर सकते हैं. नेक्स्ट सोल्यूशन आई फाउंड एक ही सोल्यूशन हो सकता है या तो आपको अपना फार्म नहीं हो पाएगा नहीं तो नहीं हो पाएगा. So farms of family basically is aggregate platform. It's just like like supposing you want to book a hotel, what you do, you will download the app, you will check the reviews and stars in your room and nearby hotels, and you can choose any hotel and you can book it. Similarly, farms of families का जब आप app download करते हो आपको nearby farmhouses दिख जाते हैं. ठीक है. रिव्यूज एंड स्टार के बेसिस पे आप कोई भी फार्म लैंड अपना चूज कर सकते हो. आप वहाँ पे एक छोटा सा जमीन का हिस्सा बुक करते हैं. देन यू कैन लिव इन अ वर्ल्ड विद अपनी प्रिफर जो भी चीज को प्रिफर करते हैं सही चीजें. So you like you process farming and you do farming and most importantly you can also see what is happening on your land through satellite, CCTV and IoT devices के through 24/7 you can monitor what is happening. How much phosphorus is there, how much organic carbon, one single detail you can check. So now we'll show whatever the vegetable is coming to the doorstep that is chemical free, right? Then इसमें इनफैक्ट अभी यहीं पे स्टोरी नहीं खत्म होती, स्टोरीज के आगे भी है. सो यहाँ पे क्या है कि बिफोर सेलेक्टिंग वेजिटेबल लाइक माय डॉक्टर विजिट योर हाउस राइट. As per your report, my DNA experts will contact you on the basis of review, like on the basis of your report and consultancy. My experts will just like वो check करेंगे कि genetically क्या issues आ रहे हैं आपके बॉडी में, आपको कौन से वेजिटेबल खानी चाहिए कौन से नहीं खानी चाहिए. कई बार होता है ना डॉक्टर के बाद में बोला तो मुझे पता है कि आपको ये खाना नहीं खाना. तो वो सारी चीजें हम पहले ही बताता हूँ क्या चीजें क्या नहीं खानी है. और इनके से अगर आपको खाने को नहीं खाना कोई सब्जी बार-बार खा तो इनकी सब्जी बहुत सारी तरीके से कैसे बनाते हैं आप मेरे चेक कर सकते हो. आप चेक कर सकते हो. एंड इमेजिन ये सब कुछ पता नहीं होता है. पूरी जमीन फार्म पूरी सब्जी exotic vegetables, short, nitrogen, everything just 3,000. सब कुछ आपको 3,000 में मिलता है. एंड दैट वाज द ओनली रीजन चांस मिला इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करने का. इट्स अ मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट सऊदी अरेबिया. Like 60 startups selected. I was the only one guy from India who got selected. I represented India in Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, Austria, and Italy. The Prime Minister, I think, Modi ji ke saath mein I was the one of the delegates. In fact, he doesn't really kind of these farms to families. And also, I got the chance to participate with the government, like the farmer की जो policies बनती है government की. So, उसकी लोगों की टीम से भी यहाँ पे अब मैं कुछ बताना चाहूँगा कि ट्रैवल इस तरीके से आप लोग को फंड आप नीड से सोचता है स्टार्टअप वगैरह के लिए, सो गवर्नमेंट इसमें काफी सपोर्ट कर रही है। सबसे पहले तो एक आपको सीड फंड दिया जाएगा, जब आपकी कंपनी को 2 साल से बनती है तो आपको लगभग 25 से 50 लाख रुपए तक का आपको फंड दे रही है, जो आपको सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट दे रही है। दूसरा आप स्टार्ट कर रहे हो, इसमें रफ्तार स्कीम गवर्नमेंट की चल रही है, जिसमें आपको 5 से 25 लाख रुपए तक का ग्रांट मिल रहा है। सो जो सीड फंड है उसमें भी आपको ग्रांट एंड डेब्ट दोनों चीजें हैं। रफ्तार इट्स सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम है, जो कि 5 से 25 लाख रुपए तक का आपको फंड दे रहा है। उससे टोटली फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट, यू डोंट नीड टू रिटर्न। उसके लिए आपको RKVY में आपको पार्टिसिपेट करना पड़ेगा, कुछ आपको इंक्यूबेशन आपको देखना पड़ेगा, सो उसके लिए पैसा इंक्यूबेशन की जरूरत है। दूसरा जितनी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से, चाहे आप बात करें यूपी, राजस्थान, तेलंगाना also, so every state government is giving 10 lakh rupees, that's the grant. So अगर आप कोई भी business ऐसा start करना चाहते हो, I'll suggest like first education, because you have government of education के through दूसरा marketing आपको पैसे बढ़ेंगे। अगर आप सीड फंड 20 से 25 है, RKVY 25 लाख रुपए तक क्या है, ठीक है। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट आपको 3 लाख रुपए दे रहा है एंड मार्केटिंग प्लान्स के लिए 3 लाख रुपए आपको 100 मिल जाना है। उसके लिए बस आपको प्रोजेक्ट्स वगैरह बनाना है उसके लिए। इस समय काफी बहुत सारी चीजों की, जैसे कि आपको के ऊपर इस समय काम कर रहा है, मिलेट्स के ऊपर काम कर रहा है। मिलेट्स में आपको काफी सब्सिडीज वगैरह मिलने वाली है। फार्मिंग करने को जा रहे हैं, फार्मर्स पे अच्छा, उसमें भी जितने भी उसमें आपको लगेगी 60 to 70% का आपको सब्सिडी आपको इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर 70% तक आपको उसमें भी आपको इसमें 85% तक का जो है आपको रिटर्न मिल जाता है। सो दिस इज ऑल फ्रॉम माय साइड। अगर कोई क्वेश्चन होगा तो बता सकते हो, पूछ सकते हो। फंड वगैरह भी लेकिन जरूर नहीं है कि कैसे मिल रहा है, कैसे प्रोजेक्ट्स में क्या करिए, जिस तरीके से Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vishwas Gupta, for sharing your valuable insights with us. Now, as we continue our exploration of the agriculture landscape, we will introduce the next speaker of the day, Mr. Sanket Bhatman. Mr. Bhatman brings a wealth of experience and expertise to our panel today. He serves as a marketing leader at Solid India, a prominent name in agriculture machinery industry. Mr. Bhatman has unusually learning to excel in his field, having completed his MBA from the Launch and Licensing Management. In his current role as brand marketing lead at Solution Manufacturers, Mr. Bhatman has accumulated a decade of experience. His extensive expertise encompasses various facets of the industry, including marketing, communication, digital marketing, advertising, and sales production. As we explore intersection of agriculture, technology, and marketing into this discussion, Mr. Sanket Bhatna's insights and experiences promise to share light on the dynamic landscape of agriculture and machinery sector. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Sanket Bhatna as he shares his wealth of knowledge and expertise with us. Sir. Hello, I'm audible? Good. So this is the first time that into university I'm talking to you guys. And I'm very much by the fact that we are taking in terms of tribal youth empowerment, entrepreneurship in agriculture, farm space, and all that. Please pay attention because many of you at this age should be in that phase of career, as into what you're moving forward. What are you looking forward to in your life? 10 years down the line, 15 years down the line, you will be seeing yourself. And same kind of questions, obviously, everyone. in their, in their backyard, in their villages will be, thinking about themselves when who's undergoing graduation. So let me put the perspective very right here. In my last 13 to 14 years in marketing field, I've been with many companies. I've been with Mahindra and Mahindra, I've been with Apollo Tires, now I'm with National Tractors Limited. What I've understood is there is immense potential. There is immense potential when it comes to lands. I personally belong to a small village in Maharashtra, and from there I started my journey and moved forward from there. It's just that I had the right education at the right time. I had right mentorship, right skills to be at the right zone, and then that's how I move forward. I'll come back to the topic, on agripreneurship, and how can our rural farmer, a rural youth can literally, grab this opportunity and, make millions out of it rather than coming back to cities. See what happened in COVID. What happened in COVID, if you really try and connect dots, a lot of people who had come to cities, to get some salaries, get some wages and all that, all these guys had to move back. What was the reason? The reason was basically they had their houses back home. They're working in cities on more or less on a daily wages. And once they saw that, the corporates are no longer, able to sustain the salaries, no longer able to sustain the livelihood, people had to move back. Otherwise, that was the reason. And once they moved back, a lot of people have gone back and, realized there's a lot of opportunity there back home. And one of the reasons, because I'm now connecting this with the data, tractor industry in India is highest in the world. Okay, it's highest in the world. We sell about 10 lakh tractors a year in India itself. But this was not the case before COVID. Before COVID, we used to sell about, as an industry, about 6 lakh tractors a year, something like that. In COVID, people went back, they bought tractors because they wanted to start something of their own. There was easy finance availability. The tractor dealerships are everywhere. Used to know how to drive tractor, how to get India is a far bigger country, so there is not land available. Nothing lands available basically. So people who had little bit of savings went ahead, bought the tractor, and they started their journey. And from there on year, tractor industry is growing by about 15 to 20%. The reason is this. So people have tried and understood basically कि अगर मुझे अपनी फैमिली की तरफ जिम्मेदारी निभानी है, अगर मुझे अपना खुद का भी लाइवलीहुड सस्टेन करना है, not for today, आज का तो गुजारा कैसे भी हो सकता है, for next 5 years, for next 10 years, what I'm gonna do for myself, what I'm gonna do for my family, then this is the way. You start something, you seed, you put a lot of efforts into it, and then you sustainably grow forward. That's how, and we are seeing a lot of repeat demand coming in. Data also says that we did a research to understand, what's happening, what's happening, because no one precedented this kind of growth. So 65 to 70% of the buyers are first-time buyers in tractor industry. So a lot of people who have gone back have thought, they didn't have any experience per se. They had probably land, कोई और farming कर रहा था, खेती कर रहा था, and then they've gone back, they've bought the tractors, and now they've started doing their own farmland also, and then yes, obviously they are renting out their tractors for other fields. So they are doing a passive income also. Active income and passive income also. Now, let me go to the basics and try and make things clear at the concept level. So how does an entrepreneur think? Mr. Vishwalji actually put it in a very right manner when we went to Himalayas and then we came back. And so there is always an unmet need. Okay, but one has to identify that. If you don't identify that, then the opportunity is there. There's always that unmet need if you rightly identify. For example, we talk about commuting from one place to another. So always we used to call taxi drivers, or our fathers used to, store them as taxi drivers, reliable taxi drivers. So there was an unmet need found by you. What they thought was, why should we go through that hassle? Why can't be a taxi readily available on the app at a click of a button? That's it. That was the idea. And then obviously he had to go to the different countries, different policies. He had to fight the owner of the university. He had to have new pockets, new funding to get into the system and all that. And obviously competition was over. So competition was also there. Then the idea was always there. And then he capitalized on the time to move forward. I tell you an example where the opportunity was there, but somehow a player couldn't identify that the right one failed. Nokia. A lot of you guys probably wouldn't have used Nokia before, but I'm from the organization when we use Nokia and high influence of Nokia and all that. But somehow Apple in 2008, June 9, I believe, it came forward. There was a very small unmet need because eventually phone was calling, phone was messaging. Phone is all about connectivity through your SIM card and all that. But then Apple thought, why can't a phone act as a multi-purpose device? Why can't a phone do a shooting? Why can't a phone, act as a where you can play games and high-end games? And why can't it give an experience which is and that's how the design thinking came into the picture, and that's how Apple got updated and the rest is history. Now Nokia is still there in the game, but it is always playing a catch-up game. So by the time Nokia comes up with the device, the industry has moved forward. So this is just an example. So the topic was basically unmet demand. So you have to find that opportunity where there is an unmet demand, and you think of various ways how you can fulfill it profitably. Unmet demand तो बहुत सारी होती है, बट उसको प्रॉफिटेबली मुझे कैसे फुलफिल करना होगा? क्या कोई प्लेयर है इंडस्ट्री में जो उसे आज फुलफिल कर रहा है? एंड अगर मुझे उसको करना है तो वो टाइम नहीं है. So looks very obvious, right? कि ऐसे ही सब सोच लेंगे, but is there a tool? Is there a way I can structure my thinking around this thought process? So there is one very good solid model which is called Porter's 5 forces. How many of you have heard this Porter's 5 forces model? Okay, so please Google it. Porter's 5 forces model is a very excellent tool. It's largely taught in MBA in marketing strategy and all that. उसमें 5 चीजें की बातें होती हैं. First, अगर वो अनमेट नीड है कहीं पे, तो उसकी इंडस्ट्री में का कोई है, क्या कोई उसे केटर कर रहा है, कितने सारे प्लेयर्स है. फॉर एग्जांपल कोई टॉपिक पकड़ लेते हैं, कोई एक एग्जांपल पकड़ लेते हैं. Let's pick up tractor itself. That is very close to me, so I understand it very detail. So let's say there's an unmet need of harvesting a crop. For example, let's go back 20 years. So is there anyone doing it? Yes, probably one or two players are doing it, but on a large scale. So only machine getting the problem. So how many industry players? Calculate the size of the industry. What the Indian landscape? How much agriculture produce is there in India, and how much of for harvesting the crop in time, because India हो गया तो बारिश है, crop खत्म हो जाती है, right time to reach mandis and all that. So there is a lot of demand there. Okay, so there is an unmet need of farmers which can be catered by machinery. Now, once you understand the industry and all that, that is one force. You get a logic basically. 10 crore की market है, 5,000 crore की market है, या 1 lakh crore की market है. Then important is basically, is there new entrants? So you have to do a lot of research on it. Is there any big fish who is trying to enter that market? For example, पता चला Reliance आने वाला है. क्या हुआ? Reliance जब टेलीकॉम सेक्टर में आया, यूनिनॉर सब everyone got washed out, right? So if there is a need and if there is a big fish coming to the market with big pockets, then to margin, so you can stay away from it, basically. So you have to understand, is there a threat of new entrant in the market? Then comes, is there a threat of substitute? इसको मैं अच्छे से समझाता हूँ. थ्रेट ऑफ सब्स्टिट्यूट क्या होता है? फॉर एग्जाम्पल कम्यूटिंग के लिए आपको कार चाहिए होती है, वन प्लेस टू अनदर. व्हाट इफ 20 years down the line you have your own air taxes? So threat of substitute. So car as a product itself gets substituted. So everyone will travel in your air taxi. आप अपना individual ये होगा. वहाँ पे आप गए, अपने air taxi pick up कर ली. You went to home straight away without going into a cab. Is there a threat of product getting substituted altogether? Industry shift. It's the third force. You have to understand and analyze that. Then comes the fourth point, basically. We talk about okay, are there any entry barriers? Are there any entry barriers to industry? For example, हो सकता है there are certain government schemes जहाँ पे there is a very strong unmet need, but then you cannot just enter that. For example, airports. Airports are really are, but then can you straight away go and do something about setting up airports and all that? No, you require huge capital. You require huge understanding of how the law works, how the system works, and all that. So hence, government runs all the airport terminals and all that. Okay, and then the last point is exit barriers. When we talk about entry barriers, last force is exit barriers. अगर मैं कोई बिजनेस में इन्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ, मैंने सब समझ लिया होगा, at some point of time I would want to exit, and exit should be profitable, not like Vijay Mallya. Getting a point. So you invest in a business, in entrepreneurship, in which you profitably exit the business and you make money not only for yourself, for all the stakeholders also. ये नहीं कि खुद कमा के बाहर निकल लिया and then everyone in the ecosystem is probably burning their hands out. So this is a very strong model, 4 to 5 forces, which will always structure your thinking. ऐसा नहीं कि हर कोई जरूरत जो होती है मार्केट में उसी को जाके हमें पकड़ के उसी को कुछ करके आगे बढ़ना है. There are a lot of ways you can analyze things, structure your thinking, and then move forward. So you will just example to set the context. All I can say is for tribal youth today, it is very, very important to not follow the herd mentality and go to the settings and start doing the job and get the salary and all that, because that is not going to be sustainable. I was talking to Mr. Rabina, said a wonderful point, it is not going to be sustainable. कितने corporates कितने लोगों को job दे पाएंगे? India is now the #1 populous country in the world. There every year about 17 doctors. And now it is going to be sustainable. And if at all we are in the top of IITs and some get good fat packages, how are we going to make sustainable living out of it? How are we going to grow over and above it? The only answer to it is basically find that unmet need. Get into the business, get some solid backing, get some solid funding as already told. Put all your learnings to good use, and then after 5-10 years, you start seeing lot of fruits as we move forward. It's contrary to what I'm doing. I'm a solid person in which ways, but because you have a very solid thinking behind what is and this is largely appealing for all the youth who are in the and really want to do something for themselves. So that's it from me. I hope the session was made some sense to you guys and really help you structure your thinking going forward. Thanks. That's my time. Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing your valuable insights. Now it is my privilege to introduce our last speaker for today, Mr. Neelakant Nayak. He is a senior advocate at the Supreme Court of India and known for his expertise in tribal matters. Mr. Nayak holds an LLB degree from Raja Law College, University of Odisha, and has worked with distinguished legal figures, including Mr. Justice V. Mehta, former Chief Justice of Odisha High Court. His legal prowess has been instrumental in the case of the Constitutional Bench of Supreme Court of India, including the right to have dignity and the legal. His wife is demanding which Nayak has made significant contribution to legal literature, that research assistance from important books. Today, Mr. Neelakant Nayak will join us online to share his extensive legal knowledge, particularly matters related to tribal communities. Let's extend a warm virtual welcome to Mr. Neelakant Nayak as he imparts his valuable insights to us.
Sir, you on mute.
Hello. Sir, kindly unmute yourself. Sir, unmute yourself.
Unmute.
Unmute, sir.
Hello.
Sir, is it audible?
Yeah, am I audible? You are audible. Am I audible? Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
भाई उनके पीछे से जोन के प्रॉब्लम है ना, उनका वही नहीं चल रहा, नेट नहीं चल रहा। नहीं सब थोड़ा सा लगभग सपना
Am I audible?
audible but sound is very less.
Hello, check. Hello.
Hello.
Check. Hello.
तो भैया कुछ होता है
Hello, check. Hello, check.
Now it is audible.
yes yes sir yes sir it's audible sir
Hello. आ रही है?
yes sir
आ रही है?
Hello.
so you are audible now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Honorable
Honorable guests and speakers, dignitaries on the dais, students, coordinators, and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to tell that I am not a senior advocate in the Supreme Court of India, but an advocate. And thank you so much for inviting me to deliver a lecture on the topic of tribal youth empowerment through agri-entrepreneurship. I would like to tell, we have to believe on the principle to go the people, live with them, learn from them, and do work according to our needs and demand. If we want to work with the tribal people, then we have to be mix with them and have interaction. Then we can solve their problems, and from there we can benefit from them also. So to reduce the exploitation of tribals and conservation of forest resources, protection and advance of art and culture, and other issues related to tribal communities, we have to develop an integrated model for the development of tribals of rural areas that covers health, hygiene, education, agriculture, income generation, conservation of forests, rural technology, and social conscience. And it has to be a role model for economically viable, locally acceptable, and ecologically sustainable system. The basis of the model, we can say it, total transformation through total development with people's initiative and participation. There are many areas in which work that is, one is community well-being and sustainable livelihoods, and promote the social justice and eradication of consuming alcohols, which is predominantly used by the local tribal people, that we can eradicate. To make them aware about the rights and government schemes. Another thing, conservation of Jal Jagran Jameen, like to protect the resource of tribal people and enhance vegetative cover in the remote villages. People can be aware about the importance of preservation of natural resources as well as livestock.
village institutions, for building focused for rational institution resources. The dams can be irrigated and extremely valuable for the farmers of the particular area. It can be various medicinal plants which are at the verge of extinction. Farmers are benefiting from technology, organizing inputs and training programs on rational utilization of natural resources that can be used under National Horticultural Mission. We can spread the message to safeguard environment and natural resources, which is the mainstay of the indigenous people, and they can be promoted for plantation of fruits and other plants that can be distributed by the entrepreneurs. Conservation of water resources is the main thing. Low cost technique to temporarily check the water flowing out of stream for proper utilization can be utilized, and then it can be horticulture based, it can be agri based. And nowadays rivers are disappearing, which can be advocated by the entrepreneurs by campaign all the clearance of all kinds of encroachment around the river, which can region forest disappear. His step in mobilizing community masses and compelling the state machinery to become sensitive and active in taking corrective measures, which can be a great inspiration for all of. Self-reliance and women. We can empower the women. Empowerment is directly linked to the well-being of a person, which can be achieved through augmentation of the set of human capabilities and providing the. Therefore, the intervention sets should have initiative to ensure economic empowerment at first, which will automatically lead to social and political empowerment. And it can be linked to a micro enterprise development also. Various kinds of economic generation activities can be engaged in food processing, semi-processing and food products, which are marketed by their own organization. And by empowering the tribal people, we can create SHG group also. From that, creating SHG group, they can take loans from the banks, they can do small business, they can develop their livestock, agriculture, social, health, and political issues. These can be addressed through. And they can be connected with Gandhian philosophy on rural development, consider the Gram Sabha as the basic democratic institution for collective decision making in the villages of India, in tribal villages. Traditionally, the Gram Sabha plays an important role in decision making. An assembly of all villages for grassroots level planning, decision making, expenditure on development works which can be achieved. Advocacy, one topic which can excel, advocacy for strengthening of local governance. Tribals can start to mobilize the traditional Gram Sabhas in planning and decision making. They can be a part of the governance. The impact of this mobilization can play a role to advocate the government for Panchayat Raj elections also. After elections, the organization can engage in module development, training, capacity building, and newly elected panchayat representatives in all over the area. Social inclusion and governance. The source of tribal people for the betterment of social and economic statutes of the deprived section of the society. In order to protect the natural resources, which are the mainstay tribal groups, but may be promoted, which are working so successfully and became big force, land, water and forest in their respective regions. Similarly, farmers, clubs and women groups can be mobilized to augment the living standards of the family members. And it can be joined to the movement of Gram Swaraj also. To secure smooth functioning of facilities and schemes of government and influencing policies through advocacy for the protection of rights of tribal people of Jharkhand. Year-long, Jharkhand, Orissa and Rajasthan, these three states predominantly like there a major portion of people are from tribal groups. And especially in Orissa, it's KVK district like Kalahandi, Balangir and Koraput. And one more topic, youth mobilization and conservation of art, culture and technology. Strong village institutions are serving in disseminating information for rural masses. Besides, these groups are fighting for their rights and entitlements. And seed village, like there is adequate supply of seeds to the farmers. They were facing problems to become self-reliant, especially in the seed front. So the initiative can be taken off concept of seed village to ensure adequate supply of seeds to the farmers, to disseminate knowledge of seed production to the farmers, to make farmers self-reliant, especially in seed front. It can be started to ensure availability of quality of seeds at farmers' doorsteps, to promote tendency to work together through mutual cooperation. It can help to stop the migration of the people if they can cultivate their land. They will not be travel to other places. And it can be economically viable, local acceptable and ecologically sustainable, community-led, integrated, collaborating with the government, employment oriented, and it can connect to the skill development field also. And especially for agri-entrepreneurship, if we can promote the SHG groups, they can develop their own model. And one movement specially promoted by our Honorable Prime Minister, it is millet movement. And especially in the rural area, tribal people are producing millets, especially the ragi one. If found ragi, they are producing and it's widely spreading. They are making out of that cookies, biscuits, and they are making coffee productions also in tribal people. And another field, that is handicraft also, which can be from a tribal people. Our biggest example is our President, Her Excellency Mrs. Draupadi Murmu, has excelled from a tribal village and top to the position of President of India. Much for inviting me to the topic. Thanks to Amity University, the organization, the coordinators, and the students. Wish all success in future and excel in the profession. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. And with that, we have come to almost the end of our panel discussion. But before that, I would like to felicitate our Honorable Director, Madam Professor Dr. Nirupama Prakash. I request Dr. Kiran to kindly felicitate ma'am.
You just one, I can start very soon.
I request ma'am to kindly say a few words.
Thank you, Dr. Bhavna. I've been witness to very interesting discourses here where we've had very eminent speakers who've spoken so much about tribal issues and how this can be of great interest to social scientists and students. You'll lot of takeaway for you from here. So make sure that all the learnings that you've had, you put it to use. And that is something which would be really very, important for you. So all the unmet needs and tribal issues and all of those aspects which comes under the realm of social sciences. And as you all know, that this is part of the ICEIL, that is the International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Leadership, Innovation 2023, and which has been under the mentorship of our Honorable Founder President, Sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, our Chancellor, Sir, Dr. Atul Chauhan, our respected Vice Chancellor, Madam Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, who's been the force behind this ICEIL, and with the key element of involving all the institutions, various disciplines, programs. So prior to this, we had history, philosophy. Now we've had political science. Next comes up in, public policy, and so many other disciplines that have come up. So that is the way to involve all students, faculty, and also the experts in that relevant area. So this is, a learning, a lot of learning from this, and I'm sure you'll take it forward. So my gratitude to all the speakers who have spared their time from their busy schedule and have, interacted and given such important notes. Thank you very much. And I congratulate Dr. Bhavna for coordinating the event and Dr. Kiran being here for, supporting, and the entire team of student volunteers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And I now request Amrin to kindly take it forward.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to ask Mr. Professor Dr. Meenakith to provide some last words before we start our Q&A session. So thank you, speakers. I think that I need to say many things, but I'm not able to say that side. So try to understand one thing. Yeah. Environment, like the questions that we want to create environment. So in that context, I think many are there. But the tribal context, if you go for, you talk about your minor forest studies. I'm telling this experience that if you go for the ICEIL road checking, if you go to Mankaria tribe in Odisha, so you will find extensively they are very strong, they have greater skills, and the resources are available in that community. So if you go for this enterprise, you talk about the medicinal plant, you talk about some, now I'm talking about the business. Okay, so I can conclude
that you want to develop the agricultural enterprise in the tribal area. So only one dimension that you have to keep in mind. All the tribe. And because I'm working on tribes. So in that context, so whatever resources are available in that area, remember one thing, like if you get sulfate, banana that we are making, very strong on that. So there is a need for processing unit, like the tamarind. If you go to the tribal area in the tamarind, only 9% to this tamarind will increase the price. So only if you go for two things, there is a need of identification of your resource base. First, then on that resource, you have to develop the skill of the tribal youth. On the specific many area, you talk about horticulture, you talk about mushroom cultivation, you talk about beekeeping, you talk about herbal medicine, you talk about minerals, so many areas. So there is a plenty of opportunity that you can create employment in the tribal areas. So one is you have to identify the resource base. Second is that you need to create the skill development, skill training, capacity building of the tribal youth. Then third point, that needs to collect with your market network. That Sarah's already talked about these two experts. So three things that if you want to develop, so my understanding working in 20 years, that there is no substitute beyond that. You have to identify the resource, you have to develop the skills, and all whatever the technology, this traditional technology, knowledge they have, and then marketing networking. If you connect these things, then some extent it will address the issue of unemployment and address the issue of the livelihood, huge mass that we have, close to 9% of their the tribal population that we have. Okay, so I think so maybe I should start here. Now maybe you just take over what are the questions that. So can I ask the questions individual to answer now or discussions?
Sir, we will have students to last. Okay. So now we have arrived at the most interactive segment of our panel discussion, that is Q&A session. We'll begin this Q&A session. We are going to begin this Q&A session. I would like to invite our audience to actively participate. If you have any questions or queries for our esteemed panelists, please feel free to raise your hand. Your engagement is greatly valued. Yes.
My name is and I am from
Sir, my name is Govind and I'm from the political science. So my question is to you, how the difficulties of the challenges like youth of tribals in rural areas while accessing the education, economic opportunities, employment in the agriculture sector, sir.
Oh, good. Any other questions? Okay, so if you go for, remember one thing,
So most of the cases you will find that if you go for education, suppose I am giving the example. So if you go for education in tribal areas, yet you will find this literacy is very, very low. Like tribe, if you I'm talking about literacy, particularly literacy. So if you find there is a huge gap between if you go for with respect to education that you are talking about, so there is a huge literacy gap because education plays a significant role to change the society. So in tribal area, so because if you go for because education, there is a huge dropout. If you go for female dropout, it's very huge, and they don't have the backward skill. Because if you don't have the education, whatever the technology, whatever the ICT we are talking about, need of capacity building for creation of agriculture sector, they don't have that capacity. If you go for agriculture sector, no one is interested to be part of agriculture. You ask all the parents, they will send that we will send our kids to doctor, engineer, professionals, not as a agriculturalist. People go for. So that means if you go for with respect to educations, that need from like this management that we are talking about, need of capacity building, the mindset of the stigma that we have. So the first point that you need to of putting the skills, the traditional knowledge. So your education system should include all this resource base and the traditional knowledge. Then only then you can improve this education system with respect to agriculture. Like exactly same things if you go for economic opportunity. So most of the cases, if you go for economic opportunity, so you will find they have minimum visa in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh since last 20 years. So if you go for, so I'm telling one story. So if you suppose in the sitting in the ICEIL, we are formulating policy for the tribal development. We are not taking the indigenous knowledge. So far, they have practiced since long. I'm telling in the Coimbatore district of Odisha. So once I asked one question that why you are not participating in the skill development program. Believe me, they are telling you are imposing your ideology to us. You do these things, you go for carpentry, you go for driving, you go for car driving, which is not accessible for me because I am getting everything from the forestry. So whatever training we provide, they are suggesting you give us this leaf salt that we call as a plate making, banana making, road making. So which is resource input is available. We have the knowledge, we have the interest. So you provide that type of training. That we will accept. Otherwise, we will not accept. We are getting everything from the forestry. Why you are imposing that you shift from the agriculture, you go and learn the driving? What we will do? Because our family is here. You don't impose your identity to us. Okay, so if you go for your economic problem, so I think I always say that need of your forest produce capacity building of non-timber forest product, capacity building or value addition of agriculture. Now we are moving. You should provide subsidy. You are providing incentive. All types of, now government has taken some initiative, but in terms of information, that is not able to access by the tribal youth. They are not like if you go for training, if you go for quality, that matters a lot. Quantity do not matter because all types of the training that they are getting, so that is not useful for them. They are not accepting that. Okay, so I always say that in this context, whenever the skill, whatever the indigenous knowledge, whatever the skill they have, you have to take into account and their decisions taken into account of the policy making. Otherwise, whatever policy or program you formulate, so achievement is not expected much. So that is happening in country like us. So we have to take so their policy, their understanding, so then only we can achieve the result. Thank you so much, sir. Next question. Anyone? Yes, sir.
Sir, so I had a question to something about sir. So the question is, how can agro-entrepreneurship be a solution to the socio-economic issues, like keeping in mind sustainability and development?
My speech, I spoke about, how the reverse labor migration happened during COVID times. And it's very, what should I say? It's a live example of how sustainability has to be achieved. In order to multi-mission to grow, basically, rather than individual wanderers that moving from one village to another city. So, how can agriculture basically solve this problem? And that is where I think Dr. Manakaran just prepared a lot of opportunities. So, you have to identify that opportunity and you have to identify how can not only get the funding and everything, but grow that opportunity into a profitable business. And yes, education is required. It's very important in that. What's more important is basically having that mentorship. So every farmer is looking upon to do experimentation or getting into the risk of starting a business, because capital involved, a lot of time involved, investments need to be done. He has to be mentored in a right way. About 2 to 3 years can be given for the business, and that's how a lot of government subsidies, a lot of government support, he can grow his business forward. And then eventually, once he's in the right zone, basically, a tie-up can be done with the corporates. A lot of corporates now we buy from farmers. This is their requirements and all that, and that's how we can, become a very sustainable businessman out of there. While he will not only generate income for him and his family, but he will also start, developing employment through employment opportunity. And that is where the solution lies, long-term solution lies. We can as I mentioned, when everyone starts moving to the cities and when city starts getting cluttered, to itself, I mean, if you have to move from one corner to the corner, it takes about 3 to 4 hours. And in a situation when no entire nation wants to come to Delhi or Pune or Bombay, this kind of thing, everyone can be sustainable. So identify opportunities. Government subsidies are always there for right opportunities, and then create employment opportunities there itself sustainably, and then that's how we win. So that is the solution I saw all the social economic problems as well. Yeah? Okay.
Good afternoon, panel. I'm deeply interested in public policy. I'm a third year student, and Vishwas sir pointed out that the government and the state governments invest a lot into startups and businesses. So, could you throw a little more light at it, because a lot of young people now want to become employment creators and not just employment seekers. So, how is the government helping such young people? Is my question to Vishwas sir.
So government actually do have obviously so like I was starting this as far as in Germany, and they actually sometimes can happen farmers. So yeah. So the departments, one is the Department of Agriculture and Farmers. The currency of farmers and startups. So startups could be such as a fund where I think that बात करेंगे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की तो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने अभी जो भी ये सब बता रहे हैं से ग्रेजुएट तो बजट्स के लिए स्पेस में लगे लाइक 25 for the investment को कुछ जगह है प्रोसेस है सभी चीजें करो बनाते चाहते हैं and 20 lakh rupees. So that's the ground. That's the best part of the ground. Then Nabad RBI this web amount, which is on the share with 5% gas price bill. Nabad could for that could have in fact, like the farms of actually were launching the neighborhood sneakers of the farm. Right. So March also like as I said, like farmers create their farmers produce getting but they find it difficult that different sort of the farms and families are coming after farmers continue to sort of children. Farmers in packaging, designing and placing their product that happened. So anyone like if they want to connect with us and they want to understand how farmers are doing farmers to produce around the way products to sell chocolate products actually ground students that have so us understanding idea market कर सकते हैं कि सर्विस expand कैसे फंड वगैरह कर सकते हैं कैसे बनाए जाते हैं फाइनेंशियल कैसे बनाए जाते हैं सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज है with the companies, right? बताना भी शायद the farm and check out dietitian, health consultant, no, the sun was उसके पीछे जो finance का everybody wants to understand like कैसे खेला जाता है तो finance so I will add one thing. Those who are interested, maybe there are different if you go for like particularly for the tribals. So there is a concept that we call as a judgment. There is a concept of tribal cooperative marketing development federation of India. There is also national scheduled tribe finance and development corporations. Then also we have Pradhan Mantri Vikas Yojana. Okay, then we have national rural livelihood missions. So there are different schemes of government of India besides that what we have discussed. So you have to take benefit of particularly with respect to the tribal area in different parts of the country. Please. Thank you so much, sir. Any other questions, sir? I have a question to sir. Sir, we are living in an age of globalization, which is dominated by so what do you think this globalization is really helpful for the development of travel routes or whether it's leading to further marginalization? If it is helpful, then in what ways? Like if you go for so this is the real sense now debate is going, it's difficult to decide. But if you ask my opinion, so you will find both sides because if you go for like most of the because of the globalization, because of the liberalization, you say now the market is open. Like if you go for like the handicraft, if you go for the tribal contest, now there is a huge market for this in the international market, demand for that. But there is the issue of the middleman. Okay, so in that context, I think that to some extent you will find that you find in because of that things. So to some extent some livelihood changes. But if you go for other contests like the mining, like the development initiative, all the corporate world, they have captured, like you look about the Vedanta, like it for all these minerals belt in the tribal belt. So that we call as a rich resources, poor people. The concept that we're talking about, rich resources, poor people. Talk about Odisha, talk about Jharkhand. Okay, so in that context, so my some extent, I find that it is very tricky questions that to answer. But I think yes, some extent because of this, because of the infrastructure, because of the networking, because of this technology. So I think there is some positive changes are there.
Thank you so much, panelists. It was a great pleasure to have you here with us in this important panel discussion. And thank you also for sparing your time from your busy schedule and make yourself available for this physical presence on this occasion of ICEIL 2023. With that, we have come to an end. And before that, I would want to invite one of our organizers with you who has worked really hard. Thank you so much, students, for being here. And I would call now Amrita for a formal vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, teachers, friends, peers, I am Anvita Prawat, BA Honours Political Science, a senior. Today, as we gather here to conclude this remarkable event, I stand before you with a heart full of gratitude and appreciation. On behalf of the organizing committee, my team, and everyone who participated, I extend a heartfelt thanks to everyone who made this event a resounding success. As a senior and a scholar who spent the last 2 years in this institute, organizing, attending, speaking in such academically rich events, it's nothing less than an honor to speak for the concluding words. First and foremost, I would like to express our greatest gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla. Her unwavering support and encouragement have been instrumental in bringing this event to a huge success. Our head of institution, Professor Dr. Nirupama Prakash, for her guiding and enriching spirit. Her presence motivates us and pushes our minds into new spheres. I would also like to extend our sincere thanks to our event coordinator, our dearest faculty, Dr. Bhavna Sharma. Ma'am, your dedication, meticulous planning, and tireless efforts have ensured that every aspect of this event was flawless. Our event would have been incomplete without the invaluable insights and wisdom shared by our esteemed speakers. Professor Bera touched us with his thoughts on how we don't really talk about tribal development in the questions of the present day modern development, especially in a nation where agriculture is such a huge industry, such a huge source of employment, and also a huge gratitude for summing up for our event for us so beautifully. Mr. Vishwas and his experiences of starting his venture, his business, that will inspire our young audience to not just be employment seekers, but generators. Your revelation about government support for new businesses was very insightful. Sanket sir was full of new ideas and well-put methods succeeding in entrepreneurship center. From looking for demands of the space of business to setting up the answers for it. Mr. Sanket spoke with absolute knowledge and very, very firm answers. We express our heartfelt gratitude to each one of them for enlightening us with their knowledge and experience and taking out time. A big shout out to my team, my juniors, the members who work tirelessly behind the scenes, the calls, the late night meetings, and the running around. Without you, yes, sir. Without your hard work, this event would not have been possible. And also, last but not the least, I want to thank all the youth who participated in this event. You're the heart and soul of this event, and we are committed to continuing our support for your growth and development. In conclusion, let us remember that this event is not just a momentary gathering, but a stepping stone towards a brighter future for tribal youth. Thank you, and may the spirit of tribal youth empowerment continue to shine brightly in all our hearts. Amrendra.
So by this we can conclude. I just request students to leave. After that, we can go to the
Just want to make a small announcement of the my contact details.
Allowed to share number publicly. That's the problem.
आपसे मिलने का है
Hi, can you hear me?
He's not there. Is he online, sir? Hello? Can you, are
Hi,
you-
I am online. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, can you please speak again? We are doing a mic testing here, the audio testing.
And can you hear me now? Mic check.
Yes. Please, sir, once again.
Yeah. Here you go. 1, 2, 3. Testing.
Oh, you just that we are trying to see the voice modulation. Actually.
Okay.
Voice. We're trying to
Should I do a monologue or something and it'll help you?
Yes, wait, I'll tell you. Yes, sir, you can do a monologue.
Yeah, hi, this is Shankha joining from Atlanta, United States. I am the co-founder of MedZoom, a health benefits and insurance tech company. I have been I've been involved in the co-founding of MedZoom and was the chief business officer of MedZoom for almost 5 years, and now moving on to do something more interesting. Is that better? Can you hear me?
Yes, that's better, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes. You just start. We are starting shortly, sir. We are just waiting for the panelists. And then
All right.
Indian Standard Time, sir. Right? Since you're in the US, I believe it's early morning or late night there.
Yeah, I just returned from India, so I have a I'm getting up early, so it's better.
Okay,
Yeah.
sir. Okay, so we'll start shortly, sir.
All right.
Hello.
Mr. Doctor.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. नाम भेज देना स्पीकर का चेंज कर देना हेलो स्पीकर का नाम चेंज कर देना नाम डाला हुआ हेलो चेक जो ऑनलाइन है उसका नाम चेंज कर दो हेलो नहीं गलत है ये गलत है नाम मैंने आपको हेलो वन चेक हेलो mic check hello 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 hello mic check hello check hello check ये क्या हो रहा है सारी थोड़ी देर में बोलना चाहिए कर देते हैं
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. ये कर लेंगे हेल्प उसका बड़ा साउंड कौन सा है हेल्प 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 है ना हाँ हेल्प नहीं 2 मैच चलेंगे 2 मैच चलेंगे नहीं वो तो काम होगा कौन सा हेलो 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 माइक साउंड आ रहा है तीन माइक लगाए एक ना काम नहीं कर रहा था एक मिनट जाओ
Okay, Chicken.
बोलो
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is working. It's working.
बोलो
Mic check.
ये वाला काम करता है ये वाला
Mic यही है, ये नहीं है.
ये काम ऊपर कर दो
So we adjust. So let me do one thing, no? Then I'll take this.
हाँ ये भी कर रहा है
ये कैसे?
बोलो काम करेगा बोलो करना बस फोन नहीं करना
Mic check. चल रहा है?
ये भी चल पाएंगे
Mic check. Mic check.
ये करता है ना काम इसे करो आप
हेलो हेलो चेक हेलो चेक समर मेरी आवाज आ रही है हेलो 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 बोलिए आप आपकी आवाज आ नहीं रही है बीच बीच में कट जा रही है नहीं सर नहीं समर यू आर नॉट ऑडिबल एक सेकेंड हेलो 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 हाँ जी अब सुनिए ठीक है
समर बोलिए अब जरा।
हेलो हेलो
आ रही है समर, लेकिन दूर से आ रही है, जैसे काफी दूर से बोल रहे हो।
अच्छा
हाँ, किसी एक माइक से आ रही है, ये नहीं पता चल रहा है किससे आ रही है, बहुत दूर से आ रही है, ऐसा लग रहा है काफी दूर से बोल रहे हो।
हेलो हाँ सुनना
तो ये वैसे ही आ रही है।
हेलो हेलो हेलो
हाँ हेलो सुनना आ रही सही
नहीं आ रही।
कम आवाज है बहुत।
हेलो 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 हेलो
माइक चेक माइक चेक
हेलो हेलो
बोलो बोलो।
माइक चेक हेलो हेलो माइक चेक
बैठ जा खाने, बैठ जा।
माइक चेक हेलो हेलो
समर भाई थोड़ी आवाज बढ़ाओ, कम आ रही है बहुत।
चेतन में
सेटल डाउन
हेलो हेलो हाँ जी हेलो
हाँ समर, थोड़ी सी पहले से ठीक है, लेकिन और थोड़ी वॉल्यूम बढ़ाओ। ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे दूर से बोल रहे हो। मकसूद एक नंबर तेरे को व्हाट्सएप किया, एक बार बात कर ले उनसे।
हेलो हेलो
ट्रैक 3 में कोऑर्डिनेट कर।
समझ गया अब सुनो हेलो अब ठीक है हेलो
भाई कम है आवाज।
हेलो
हेलो समर, मेरी आवाज आ रही है आपको?
हाँ यहाँ तो सही आ रही है
ऑनलाइन आपकी कम आ रही है, पता नहीं क्यों।
हेलो दूसरा हेलो हेलो
हेलो माइक चेक
हेलो समर, हेलो समर,
जी
थोड़ी वॉल्यूम बढ़ाओगे प्लीज?
वॉल्यूम बढ़ा हुआ है हेलो 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 हेलो
बोलना बोलना। हेलो हेलो
हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो ठीक है हेलो
ठीक है समर, ठीक है
ठीक है
ठीक है।
ओके हेलो
Mic check. Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello.
May I request the audience to settle down? We are about to begin this.
Hello. 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 Mic check.
Mic check. Mic check. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Meera Lucero.
And I am Rebecca Paul. Today, on behalf of Amity University and Amity Institute of Public Policy, we are thrilled to extend a warm and enthusiastic welcome to all of you as we kick off the 5th edition of the International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation, and Leadership.
Our theme for this session of ICEIL is truly inspiring, putting people and planet before profit, a paradigm shift from economic value to social value. Get ready for a deep dive into the fascinating evolution of ideas and approaches to sustainability in the dynamic world of business. We'll also explore the vital role of corporations in aligning with the goals and values of United Nations Sustainability Charter, and of course, uncover exciting new experiments and best practices.
Before we jump into this engaging session, I would like to call upon Dr. Lakshita Bhagat, faculty member of Amity Institute of Public Policy, to briefly introduce you to the conference. Give her a warm round of applause.
Very good afternoon to one and all present. Amity University, Uttar Pradesh is proud to host the 5th edition of the International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation, and Leadership 2023. The theme of this year's edition is Next Gen Tools and Strategies for Business Growth and Industry 5.0. The conference aims to focus on comprehensive research on global targets and endeavors to address some of the society's greatest challenges while progressing towards Industry 5.0. While Industry 4.0 is related to revolution in information technology, in simple terms, Industry 5.0 refers to people working with robots and machines. It is about the interaction between them. According to one definition, Industry 5.0 provides vision of industry that aims beyond efficiency and productivity as a sole goal and reinforces the role and contribution of industry to society while respecting the production limits of the planet. It is from welfare to well-being. Therefore, this session organized by the Indian Institute of Public Policy, as mentioned by the students earlier, holds immense importance. Thank you very much and welcome for the speaker. Thank you so much, Dr. Bhagat. I'm sure that the session is going to be very productive and engaging. So it's now time to introduce you to the esteemed panel of luminaries who are here with us to share their expertise.
First up, we have a distinguished chair for today, Ms. Swati Gupta, founder and CEO of IndustryBuying.com. Ms. Swati Gupta is the founder and CEO of IndustryBuying.com, which has been India's leading B2B e-commerce marketplace since 2010. She has raised $55 million in venture capital from India and Japan's premier VCs for her site. She has contributed to a major spike in problem solving, crisis management, trade-off-based execution, and owning and delivering the entire business plan for the company. She has been featured numerous times in national media across print and video. Prior to her current stint, she was the founder and CEO of India Business Unit of Opera Solutions, New York, Big Data Analytics Consulting. She has also worked with Bain & Co's Boston office and JP Morgan Chase, New York office. She has an MBA from Carnegie Mellon University, USA, and a BTech in Computer Engineering from NSIT Delhi. Please give her a resounding round of applause as she joins us.
Let's welcome Mr. Rahul Chattopadhyay, Senior Partner and Chartered Accountant, Price Waterhouse Coopers. Mr. Rahul is a partner with PwC Chartered Accountants. He leads the capital markets and accountancy advisory practice in India. He specializes in domestic and cross-border listing engagements, gap convergence, and complex financial reporting matters. He's a regular speaker on matters of professional interest in seminars organized by professional bodies. His insights are sure to enlighten us. Most welcome, Mr. Rahul Chattopadhyay.
Next, we have Ms. Rajshri Das, Senior Program Manager, Environment Sustainability at ICEIL Service. Ms. Rajshri Das is BTech MSc Environment Management from the School of Design and Environment at the National University of Singapore. With over 14 years of experience and a background in environmental management, she is a true champion for sustainability. Let's give a warm welcome to Ms. Rajshri.
Next, Mr. Surya Aditya Bose, Principal Designer, Soleil Avenue. Surya Aditya Bose is an energetic entrepreneur engaged in innovative interior-related works. As a passionate professional, he's always striving for excellence for his work, which has been recognized by multiple sectors. He's the founder and principal designer of Soleil Avenue. In the past 15 years, he has been associated with numerous designers and architects to provide end-to-end solution to the clients. As a hobby, he loves to cook and explore sea life. He is a certified scuba diver and has been regularly pursuing scuba diving across the world. Please welcome Mr. Surya Aditya.
Last but not the least, we are honored to have Mr. Shankar Basu, co-founder and chief business officer of MedZoom USA and Tech, who will be joining us online from the US. Mr. Shankar Basu is a tech entrepreneur with a deep background in health tech, fintech, and data sciences. His latest venture, MedZoom, has helped more than 3,000 employees in managing their employee health insurance and other benefits across the entire United States. In his previous venture, he has helped build products to manage mortgage service portfolio worth over $500 billion in the US residential mortgage market. His entire career involved a long stint at Swift, where he developed a core technical protocol that are used by 20,000 plus banks and FIs around the world. Mr. Shankar has a master's degree in systems engineering from the University of Virginia and a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from the Delhi College of Engineering. Let us welcome him.
Please join hands for our session moderator, Dr. Vidisha Banerjee, Associate Professor and Deputy Director, Amity Institute of Public Policy. Ms. Banerjee holds her doctorate from George Washington University. She is recipient of numerous scholarships and widely published. She will guide us through this exciting discussion. Please welcome Dr. Banerjee. With this extraordinary panel assembled, let us spark path of innovation and sustainability lie. Dr. Banerjee, please take it away and commence the session.
Thank you. Am I audible? Yes. Thank you, Neil Anampiros and Rebecca Paul and Dr. Lakshita Bhagat for the wonderful preparing. This came to us at the last moment, but managing for public policy, as always, technically challenged. And here we are. We have, as the introductions have gone, we have a very distinguished set of speakers with us. And we are deliberating on something that all of you have studied in your classrooms up to a number of times. What is that? It is sustainability. Okay. Now, sustainability, we all know is very important. Sustainability, we all understand, is very important from the Sustainable Development Goals as initiated by the United Nations. We also know that climate change and global warming are issues that are facing the planet. We also know that people are very important. We talk about employee satisfaction, we talk about diversity, we talk about inclusion. None of these are contested, but all of these are supposed to be implemented by the corporate sector. And that is where, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the conundrum begins. Because these ideals, these policies are instituted by those who don't need to include them. But it is the private sector, the self-employed, who are carrying on this task of sustainability, employee welfare, and diversity and inclusion. So this panel is going to be the devil's advocate. We are first going to talk about where is all this discussion going to take them and why it's not very fun for the population. Why the private sector doesn't like ESG, why it doesn't like D&I mandates, why doesn't it like to be told that look after the employee welfare? Because the understanding is they need to look at the bottom lines. When the Nifty went up, it was a headline in the newspapers a few days back. We celebrate success. We celebrate profits. So then why are we putting in these guidelines, so-called obstacles, to stop them from moving forward? And nothing better than this set of panelists to discuss these issues. I will now invite our session chair, Ms. Swati Gupta, to give her preliminary remarks.
Thanks. Thanks, Vidisha. So it's a pleasure to be here with everyone. It's after many, many years that I'm stepping into a university or any type of educational environment. So it's great to see all the young faces, the enthusiasm. Anyway, let's get started. So as Vidisha put it, I am a card-carrying member of the private sector, being a startup entrepreneur with a lot of priorities, including raising money, building companies, and quite frankly, sustainability, diversity, ESG, etc., is not a focus for I can say safely anyone in the startup world in India and probably abroad. That said, what I want to do is to maybe just discuss a few aspects of how these compliances and guidelines affect the private sector, including listed companies, unlisted companies, solitary professionals and proprietorships. So first and foremost, it puts an increased cost burden on a lot of organizations. And maybe I can ask some of my panelists to talk about the cost aspect of it. Secondly, it really increases risks for private sector in terms of reputational risks, in terms of non-compliance risks, and maybe I can ask Rahul to comment on the risk aspect of it as we discuss further. Thirdly, there is also an additional burden of dealing with compliance and regulatory frameworks, organizations, and you know, as all of us are aware, we in private sector like to keep our dealings with compliance people, regulatory people, legal people, all these type of people at the minimum. So, so maybe Raishri, you can speak about that a little bit. So let's maybe start with Surya on the increased cost aspect of fulfilling sustainability and ESG guidelines. And after we go through this round of questions, we will come to the diversity and the employee aspect of the discussion.
Thank you, Swati. So when Swati was telling about the cost implications, so like I come from an industry which is the most unorganized industry, which is the construction and interiors industry. So now you start putting regulations to that, you'll have tons of problems because the main factor that we have in our organization is the labor, which you cannot account for anything. Now, when you say about implementing ESG and D&I guidelines, it becomes very difficult for us to sustain in terms of the compliance. The compliance becomes so difficult because the labors keep moving. So you cannot have a guideline for a temporary employee. So they keep changing so fast and it becomes very difficult for us to sustain that cost. That being the primary thing, in our industry, I would say it would be very difficult. In overall also, what we see in India, the mindset. So we are so used to the mindset of which we call the jugaad. कि जुगाड़ से निकल जाते, we do not want to follow the rules, be it traffic, be it anything. So it becomes very difficult for an organization to start putting on those guidelines for the employees. Though there are benefits for them, it is going to be beneficial in the long run, but it is going to take a lot of time, a lot of effort to work on these guidelines. So that's more about from the cost implications. So Rahul, what you would have to say?
Thanks, Swati, and thanks, Surya. I will begin by saying that coming from the corporate world, you would have heard of the Friedman doctrine, which said that the only social responsibility of a business is to generate profits, right? And that was in 1970. From there to here, it's a big leap. And the leap is because Friedman won the Nobel Prize for economics, right? Which was all about free markets. That being said, today we are here and discussing sustainability is because there is a imminent crisis, right? Now, but every crisis also brings in opportunity for the corporate world. And if you have followed the development in the West, there are several sustainability measurement index, MSCI for one, set up. There are funds who are looking at businesses who just invest in sustainable businesses. So while I do agree that it can be quite overwhelming for businesses in terms of cost, you know, because sustainability does bring in cost in terms of capital expenditure, operating expenditure. They may fundamentally change, they may add to it, but there are benefits in terms of accessing you know, capital, because there are lots of funds who are focused on sustainable businesses, right? And as the crisis begins, but it is also true that many funds are not looking at whether the business is sustainable or not. What they're looking at is whether the business would survive in this era of change in climate and change in regulation, right? So it's a mixed bag. And in my experience, there has never been a right or wrong answer to any of these things. It has always been shades of gray, darker or lighter. And therefore, while it adds to the cost, but there are other benefits associated with it. And obviously, there is a critical mass that you need to achieve to have all these peripheral expenses and so on and so forth. But you know, once you have achieved those critical masses, if you don't adhere to those norms, then you run the risk of non-compliance, and also being, relegated to not the most accreted brand value organization that one looks at.
So it is interesting. In preparation for this session, I had put together a few quotes from senior business leaders. Here's what Jamie Dimon, the CEO of JP Morgan Chase, had to say about ESG investing. He says he's not a fan of environmental, social, and governance investing, which he said was too focused on the past and not enough on the future. So that is one aspect of ESG that by the time the compliance and the regulators get to drafting guidelines, it is based on data that's happened in the past, and the business world and the real world moves a lot faster than compliance and regulators. That said, however, of course, this is necessary, and I think the rest of the sessions have been focused on that. We don't mean here to imply that this is not necessary. We're just talking about some of the challenges. So with that, I'll pass it over to Rajshri for the risk compliance and regulatory.
Thank you, Swati. So to begin with, we all are here to talk about ESG, sustainability. But in my opinion, what we have seen in last 4 to 5 years, it has grown so extensively that we ourselves are defining it that ESG is equal to sustainability. But what we have experienced is ESG is more of enterprise sustainability. Because while we were asked to, I mean, in the beginning, Dr. Banerjee asked us to be the devil's advocate, but I personally believe that whatever initiatives or work front we are doing in terms of environment sustainability, we are more towards like as a corporate or an organization, IT organization, which do not have more compliances in terms of ESG. We're not very strict as in terms of other factories or industry, but still whenever we go to the management, it is the leaders focus which has turned our which have what do you say which has opened our eyes towards this environment sustainability. Like for example, when we are doing RE initiatives for our organization, and we do have some operational cost involved in it. But when we present the impacts in long run, there are a few members of the leadership who talk about like we are not going to be there for so long to reap the benefits. So it is again the short-term mindset. But then again, there are leaders who talk about, of course, it is if we start with one organization, it will benefit the society and maybe then the nation as a whole, and then the chain continues. So yeah, so it is like the mixed mindset which we have, but it is the open mindedness which we need from the leaders or experienced persons who can equate it to the profit. So in that way, I will always like would like to support these regulations, ESG regulations, because these are the benefits which we will reap in the long run. We might not look at the short-term benefits right now, but the long-term benefits.
So, thanks, Rajshri. We also have Mr. Shankar Basu joining us from the US. And we've been delighted to get his take on what we call being the devil's advocate. Shankar, can you hear us?
Yeah, absolutely. Can you hear me?
Yes. Better, Shankar.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Loud and clear?
Yes, yes, please continue.
So I think I wanted to, and thanks for inviting me, and pleasure to be among this great set of panelists. We have to kind of think about ESG and other sustainability measures in the context of the broader goals that we want to achieve, right? So the fundamentally, it's a socio-economic political paradigm in which business exists. Businesses don't exist in a vacuum. And we cannot really think of ESG, just as a business paradigm without the without a proper framework or a definition being available to us. And that's where I have a lot of heartburn, because if the definition and the implementation of any such initiative is, if the onus of actually implementing this is on a startup, which is already very resource constrained, is fighting for survival day to day. And a majority of businesses, at least in the United States, they are small businesses. That's the backbone of the economy. So I think a proper definition in terms of the legal framework and what to enforce, I think that is necessary. Otherwise, it is a cost burden that it's sometimes hard to digest, in my honest opinion. But I have worked in the health tech and fintech industries for a long, long time, right? So there are certain things that have evolved into specific enforceable policy paradigms, right? If you want to run a financial services business, you have to get into anti-money laundering or know your customer initiatives. There is no way around it. So there is a very clear-cut definition of what has to be done. If you are in healthcare, there is this huge framework called HIPAA in the United States, where privacy and portability of data around a patient has to be catered to. And there is a very specific framework around 18 personal identifiers that you have to kind of manage and work around. So once you define and have clarity on what is to be done at the top level, it becomes much easier. But if you do not do that, I think it is very, very hard for anyone to expect that, hey, every corporate which has the resources might be able to do something around it and pay lip service. I'm very, being very honest, to preserve their brand in today's world, they might do something or the other, but that won't really solve the problem unless we are solving it globally.
Thank you, Shankar. Thank you, Shankar. So, this discussion, it was a mixed bag. Some of you obviously playing the devil's advocate, while others, I think, were a little hesitant, maybe because you need to say it, or maybe because your own experience has been fairly positive. Now, we do, as an institution, we do as a department, but also academically, we do believe in these ideas. And I would be interested in knowing how you and your company as such is trying to incorporate these ideas in your day-to-day operations, keeping the bottom line in place. And please give us some instances. I mean, our examples come from you guys. So tell us some interesting, incidents where you had to juggle, you failed, you succeeded. That would be fun to know. So anyone can do it.
Well, the simplest thing is to protect the bottom line and yet keep the users take the train, don't take flight. And honestly, and I'm not a theoretical speak. I do have to travel quite a bit. There are places where I have worked, which is obviously not 1,400 kilometers away from Delhi, but probably 500-600 kilometers, where there is a flight connectivity. But where you can travel by train, I do take a train. That protects the bottom line, and at the same time, it I think contributes in a very minuscule way, but in a positive way to the planet. Right?
I guess we understand some sort of policy of personal.
No, there is no hard and fast policy as such. I mean, it is recommended, but it is not mandated. I mean, obviously, time is a constraint, right? So you have to plan it well. If you plan it well, you do it. So I think, Vidisha, to your point, that is a very practical way of doing it. There are several other measures that organizations take. I mean, they change to solar, or they change to. But by the way, so you have an initial capital cost, but then the point is that it contributes to your lower cost in the future. And similarly, people switch to, not us, but there are several organizations who switch to alternative modes of fuel or power generation. So, and companies are doing it. Large companies are more so because they have an obligation. As you know, SEBI has brought out compliance requirement from FY24. Many large companies have to provide an assurance on their ESG reporting. Similarly, US SEC has come out with standards. So globally, everyone is doing that. And and if you are a large company, have shareholders listed, you cannot be non-compliant. That's not an option, right? So one is a force. So compliance is like, you're forced to it. The other is, what you can do, what you can contribute, you do it in your own way. I know many Indian corporates have moved to alternate sources of power, fuel, especially the large steel companies and others. So is it bad? No, it's not bad. Is it something that will contribute? Well, we'll see. Hopefully, we can do it, but it has to be a far greater movement in the entire ecosystem, and then we'll have to probably see how it goes.
So, like Rahul said, because PricewaterhouseCoopers is a big organization. For compliances for companies like those are easy, but for companies who come under the MSME, it becomes quite difficult. But nevertheless, they do not try to contribute to the economy. Like for instance, I know organizations where, in terms of architecture and interior designer firms, they have two kind of teams. One is work from home. This is something which has become very easy. So you can work from home where your actual liability becomes quite less in terms of the to and fro, or for that matter, have the number of desks. You can have a 5 desk office and have 10, 15 people and create a roster that they come to the office on a rotation wise. So you can control the work system also. So that is also something which one should look into it in today's date. Work from home culture is also becoming a big thing right now. The productivity is much more because I know that certain team members from my team, they have to travel to come to office one side 2.5 hours. So almost 5 hours to 6 hours if normal traffic conditions are that they are on the road. So what kind of an output are you going to get from a tired work for the work that you want to expect from them? So it's better for them to work from home, provide them with the facilities at their home so they are more comfortable, they are more productive. We also need to see the leadership skills. You need to find out the right person in your organization to delegate the work to, and have the confidence in them so that they can take care of the thing. So when they become, that's how they become responsible and they take the leadership skills and they save money for you also. So this is another thing where it is very important for your leadership skills to play. You want to become a leader or you want to become a boss. A boss will control everything. A leader will start delegating and only control the leaders in a way to motivate them to work a little harder with lesser efforts. So that's something that you should actually look into the also.
Thanks. I think from my experience, the most significant way we have contributed to ESG and diversity and inclusion is to make more of an effort to have talent and employees from across the entire spectrum. Being a woman CEO and founder myself, I noticed, and I notice still that the proportion of women in our workforce in our company and everywhere else is less. And we at Industry Buying have made a conscious effort to have more women in the workforce, especially at higher levels, managerial levels, mid levels, and technical levels, engineering levels. The other way that I have seen this working out is that we also have disabled staff on our roles. And it just as a startup, you are always on the hunt for talent, and you're not able to pay the best of salaries like a PwC or something, at least until you make big. And you're not able to, you don't have a brand name, so you end up finding really good talent that may have certain limitations. And that is what at least I saw in my experience at industry buying. Some of our really long-standing people are disabled, and while they are excellent contributors, they have other limitations. So this is one way I think startups can contribute. As an e-commerce or a digital organization, I don't really have too much to say about climate change or factory emissions or those aspects of sustainability, but this is one small way, at least, in which I feel we have been able to contribute.
Swati. So, in my experience, I would like to, because I am representing an organization which is not a bigger, of course, like a PwC, but we are fairly good in the IT-enabled services. And when I was discussing previously, the impacts of environmental concerns or the SNG part, the social and governance, it is by default taken care because we want to remain compliant. We do not want any non-compliant. We do not want any fines because it will add on to our negative brand image. But again, when we want to talk about the environmental aspects, it is something which we need the leadership or the persons who the approach should be from the top down, because it has been my personal experience. We are not we are from operating from a multi-tenanted building. We don't own any buildings, so we are having almost nil environmental impact. But still, since our leaders' vision is to do something for the climate change, we are voluntarily doing these CDP rating. We are disclosing our emissions to the CDP or other rating agency, because that is what is ultimately going to change, and the trend has come on. Like it does matter what is your S&P ratings. It does matter what is your CDP rating. Nowadays, the brand image is not just your the financials or the whatever the quarter earnings, because it ultimately the sustainability report which comes out of the organization, the in diversity and inclusive points are also there, of course, but I am not from that background, so I'm not talking much about it. But in my team itself, we have about 80% of women employees, and the rest are of course the male. And but we also, since I'm taking care of other geographies, we have inclusivity, we have other LGBT community joining our workforce. So there are, like, the talent is what is the priority irrespective of what the background we are from. So that is what is there, but the focus is only because of the vision of our leaders. And that aspect is very clear from an organization which is not making much negative impact to the environment, but it is the way to do attitude or the approach. Because we have something like, what do you do? Do you want to do this? Do you want to be the leaders or you want to be led? That is what should be the approach. Thank you.
So I would like to ask you, Shankar, recently Shankar was part of a deal where he sold this company for X number of dollars. So Shankar, in your experience, what was the mandate? Did you have any requirements in terms of what the investors wanted or the buyers wanted? Can you talk about that experience? Hang on, Shankar, you're not audible. Just a second.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible now. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Vidisha. Yes, so as part of diligence procedures for this transaction, and it was a private equity transaction, so you had a lot of diligence that happened as part of this, including people of the likes of PwC and Deloitte coming in and taking a look in terms of what's under the cover. But In terms of ESG guidelines, I would say not really much. There are certain check boxes that they wanted to check just to see that we do not violate any norms. So that was definitely there. Overall, I think, at least in terms of private markets, the focus isn't really so much in terms of vetting for ESG or D&I compliance. And I think, I can go on record saying that the public market scrutiny, from a public market scrutiny standpoint, that might be a little different. But there wasn't anything onerous that we couldn't really scale.
Fashion. In terms of materials, in terms of laws, bylaws, what has been your experience? I mean, the sustainability is something that is deeply available. Sustainable goods, sustainable practices, policies. Tell us something interesting. I know you're back to an interesting story, so I'd love to hear.
However, nice it sounds that sustainable is the thing, but sustainable architecture costs double than a luxury condo. If you want to make a luxury house and you want to have for all kind of all kind of gadgets, good for you. But if you say that I want to have sustainable, it will cost you double that luxury condo. Because the materials for sustainable are so scarce, the availability becomes a very big difficult. It becomes very difficult to get it in mass production.
When you say sustainable condo, what do you mean by that? Tell us our audience. Most of them may not have that exposure yet.
So my partners, both very senior architects. One wanted a sustainable house, one wanted a fully luxury house with air conditioning on. So in a sustainable house, the house is designed in such a way that there's a lot of natural light and natural air, well ventilated. So it does not have any air conditioners in the house. It's mostly air cooled. The materials that we use, we cannot use certain materials which have high VOC. So in terms of paints, paints cannot be used, polishes cannot be used. The wood that you need to buy for your doors and windows has to be procured or reclaimed wood. You cannot buy a new product. So again, when you buy a reclaimed wood, it becomes quite expensive and it's very difficult to get reclaimed wood. Most of the reclaimed wood you'll find in the hills or in the south. So in this part of the North India, particularly Delhi and NCR, it becomes very difficult to do sustainable projects. Use of more of concrete is there, less of bricks, less of mortar and plaster, less of paint. But even then, you see that the cost becomes much higher because the certain chemicals that you need to use are really imported, not manufactured in India. That makes the construction cost very.
Thanks, I wanted that perspective from you. Rahul, you work for, as everyone on this panel has said, you work for a very big company. Now, so I guess if you work in a very big company, you have perhaps more exposure to what the government mandates in terms of, requirements in terms of how employees should be taken care of, how the environment should be taken care of, and perhaps how overall the company should be run. Now, do you get complaints from the clients that this causes problems? I mean, it interferes with the way they want to run their businesses and run their profits. Do you hear this explicitly, or is it somewhere hidden in the conversation?
See, and I can only speak about my experience. See, the narrative has changed now. It's more of, even if you complain, it doesn't matter because people can complain, that's just you hear out. But the fact is that you have to comply, right? That's existential issue, right? So in order to exist, you need to comply, right? And therefore you better comply. Now there are regulations and see climate change and sustainability or DNI. There is a lot of it is coming to government action also. Now to answer a specific question, no, I honestly don't hear people complain, but they more want to know that how can they meet those obligations so that they remain relevant in the market. They, they are, because they remain, and I use the word relevant in the market because there are a lot of their customers who want them to be sustainable, right? Who want their supply chain to be a sustainable. Yeah, I don't hear people complaining generally. I mean, it may be that they need to incur costs and all, but everyone more or less understand that it's an existential issue. We have to comply, and it is also an issue not only comply, but it also gives them a different branding. They are able to attract better talent. The new gen people. I have conducted interviews where people have been very conscious of how we interact with the environment, right? So it is in attracting talent, in attracting capital, in attracting customers. I think it is all very relevant. So my perspective is that there is not much complaint. It's more about how do I do that to remain relevant.
Okay, Swati, you alluded to, running, a woman-led organization. Now, in this audience, I think more than 60% of the audience here is women. We have more women faculty and more women students. I wanted to get a sense, and it may not be directly related to what the topic here is. How difficult was it, or is it, for you as a woman to run this company? And did you have an advantage? I think I want to hear that part as well. I mean, was there unexpected support you got?
Gender specific discussions are a very fraught topic. So I only talk maybe about 1% of what I can say over here. So it is difficult to set up and run a woman-led organization. I think the disadvantages that women suffer are that no matter where you are in what stage you are in life, you still have to take care of your other responsibilities and yet, at least in my case, build a business. From that aspect, I think it's a distinct disadvantage to be a woman just in terms of the number of hours you can contribute to work or building a business. Did I see an overt advantage? I would say not really. It was pretty neutral when you go and pitch to venture capitalists or to private equity guys. You don't get any specific advantage of being a woman. I think what counts is really your idea, the traction, etc. Has it been an advantage in running the company? I would say yes. I think the talent pool and the employees are more comfortable in some ways in a woman-led organization. And we find it easier to open up and discuss things, and things come to my table which otherwise did not come. Vidisha, I know you did not directly ask me this, but given that there's a lot of young women here in the audience, I feel that my experience in hiring and recruiting talent, women talent, has been a little bit of a mixed bag, and I feel that women suffer from significant disadvantages in competing in the workspace. And some of the things, for example, that I have seen is that young women will join and they will be pressurized to get married at the age of 27, 28 by their families, which causes a disruption in their careers and ambitions. Those who do get married will suddenly have a lot more familial responsibilities and will also have children, which again, a lot of them tend to quit the workforce when they have children. And that really disrupts their upward trajectory because in many cases, these women are extremely talented, hardworking, bright, intelligent, and they have no choice. So I would like to encourage everyone over here to think really seriously about how ambitious they are, how committed they are, and how they're going to navigate all of this as they go out into the workforce. Because I mean, all said and done, lip service aside, it is difficult for me because of all these reasons. And I could go on. This is clearly a topic I'm more passionate about than sustainability, but I'll hand it over to you now.
Point 12 seconds, Swati. My experience has been no and that's different, but yeah, we live and we walk within and we stretch it as much as we can. Rajshri, you talked about leadership being very important in pursuing the sustainability goals. Do you think, besides the support you got from the leadership of the ICEIL, can you identify any other sources of support, unexpected support when it comes to the agenda of the environment? I mean, are there any other stakeholders who are interested in the discussion, or is it just the leadership of the US?
Yes, so of course, the implementation part again comes back to the bottom line. The employees who are working, or the engineers, technicians who are implementing those activities or initiatives. So there is a trend right now, like whatever maybe all these youngsters are also learning, they do not work accordingly whatever is written in your books. The work is completely different. So we do have some new hires who are just pass outs, and they tend to think that whatever they have read is going to be as it is in the work, but the work is going to be completely different. So if they come from such a mindset, when they get a leadership support, that is when they can actually implement the work. So it is always important for such activities to be implemented, or such initiatives to be implemented, because we have to have a personal interest in these initiatives. That is important, because if someone comes from the finance background, but if he is passionate about sustainability or environment sustainability to be specific, because I am from that background, then only it happens on ground. Because even if my leader is telling that you have to do this, this is my vision, and I don't understand it, then it doesn't happen. So that is my experience, that we need passionate youngsters who are want to work in this.
I'm wondering how many of you would be part of the passionate youngsters brigade. So Shoko, I remember you telling me about the story of women being better workers in your organization. Can you tell us that story? And how did that help you make even more money?
So you're putting, like, you're putting me on a spot here, but in general, I mean, I think, so there is fundamentally what we try to do in terms of hiring is you have to counter bias in all respects, right? And how do you do that? So you have a systematic framework of bringing more women candidates to the fore. So it starts, so you have a vision for a company that is fundamentally that you have to build towards bottom up, right? So you think top down and you build bottom up. And that's how I roll generally. Overall, I think it's a matter of constraints. I think women workers in general, as Swati said, and I 100% agree, have to take care of a lot more beyond just working at a company or building a business. That's the reality of life today for women. And so there are certain constraints that I think they don't have time to waste time at work and indulge in things that wouldn't really drive productivity. So I tend to see those patterns where women are generally more productive. The time that they spend at work, they really spend that time efficiently. And that, it trickles up. At least in my perception, I've tried to measure it also. There is something, that is there. And I wouldn't really go on record stating this because it can get political, but in general, women managers, women executives, we have benefited a lot from having them on the team. And I would say that having a diverse workforce with, balance of all genders and other, it's essentially beneficial to the company and drives profitability and success.
Now, how easy it is to convert this conversation in sustainability, diversity, inclusion, and into why women are the
Yeah.
So now we open the floor to questions from the audience, faculty, students. Questions, comments, from your side?
Thank you. This is a very, very interesting conversation that we're having. And my concern sitting here is a comment that I heard from a couple of panelists, and I may be wrong here, but I heard that being an IT or IT level service, we cannot contribute much towards the sustainability part of the planet. And we increasingly are dependent on our mobile phones and internet and artificial intelligence, and and that has to be run through data centers. And if I have my figures correct off my head, something like about 30 to 40% increase every year in the demand of electricity that is coming on from 2017 to 2017 onwards. I think currently in 2022 it's about 240 to 340 terawatt hours, and it's likely to grow about 50% in 2023 and beyond. So our over insistence of will not be able to contribute towards our sustainability. If we decrease our reliance on mobile phones by 30, if we cut our dependence on or the use of mobile phones even by 30 minutes, that's going to contribute towards. So do you have a comment to make with regard to that? Any of the panelists can answer.
So I can take that, this is a topic that's really close to my heart. And you said you're from the IT industry and ITES. One of the things that, I really believe is if you write efficient code, it uses less energy. So things can be done. And in my really initial years in the US, in my academic life, I worked closely with the US Navy on a project that was solely focused on conserving energy in the battlefield, where you're going in with a set of devices that has, dependency on a battery, right? So the battery runs out. So you have to do things efficiently. In terms of data centers, there are multiple ways to manage energy costs, and we do that. Like in the later enterprises that I've built, be mindful of what is running, switch things off programmatically. There is a lot that can be done, and we are not really operating efficiently today. So I think IT has a very big role in terms of being able to drive efficiency overall.
So I have something to say to this. This is actually an interesting question. Look, in my opinion, the need for data centers is going to explode dramatically. Whatever happened in 2017 is going to be a distant memory. With all of the artificial intelligence and processing power and all of this coming in, absolutely. So I have been looking at all of these AI aspects in detail, and I can assure that whatever is the data processing and the amount of data centers we have today, as little as 5 years from now, we may have 5x those. That said, if electricity is what is affecting the data center, I think the way to offset is by moving to more and more renewable and other sources of energy that are not carbon polluting. And that is a direction in which I think most countries are moving decisively towards. So that should ameliorate at least some aspects of excessive energy consumption. Also, I would like to say that small companies use infrastructure provided by very giant companies, so they are not individually able to affect sustainability outcomes with the company.
Okay, so I would like to answer that because I was the one who said it. So, yes. So when I meant it was very less impacts, I meant with respect to any other factories or industries. But of course, I will not deny the fact that our energy consumption has gone up from what we had in 2018 and 2019. Now, even after like offices are opening up, we have control, like we work from home, we are going to office, and then still the energy consumption has increased. So that is what I was trying to say, that we have a contribution or we have a vision from the top that we have to now rely on renewable energy. We are taking up initiatives, even though we are as Swati said, we are occupying the multi-tenanted building where we are trying to talk to the landlords because it is our EXL's initiative or the as a societal norm that along with us or the other tenants, we have less emission or we can reduce our carbon footprint, something like that. So I do not mean to say that we have less carbon footprint. We do have increased our energy consumption, but we have also increased our RE portfolio. Any other questions?
Hello, Swati ma'am. Yeah. My name is Lokesh, and I come with a disclaimer that I don't mean to be offensive. So, but as you can see, there are two aspects of everything. So, when we say we need more inclusion and diversity, right? We need more women in the workforce, or we need more Black people, or we need more Hispanics, or we need more Asians. But are we compromising with the quality then? Because if your basic goal is to diversify your workforce, then somewhere you may compromise with the quality of your workforce, because diversity, as you can see in America, in various in the Hollywood industries. So now they move towards diversity, but they do compromise a bit of quality. So isn't it a bit contrasting?
So, you know, again, I would like to quote Sundar Pichai over here. This is again a set of quotes that I had extracted. He says that he's concerned about the wokeness movement, which he says is creating a lot of division. So while this doesn't allude directly to what you're saying, look, that's exactly a fundamental assumption that you're making when you say the quality may be compromised is that if you recruit diverse people, they are lower quality than regular people, which itself is an erroneously logically incorrect argument. So it is a reality that there have been socially disadvantaged people throughout humanity. And the world that we live in today is fortunately a much kinder place to all of them. And no organization is going to do diversity for the sake of diversity, because ultimately they are bottom line driven organizations and they're not going to compromise on quality. Unlike certain other organizations that one can think of, but one will not name over here. So I don't think that diversity comes with a compromise to quality, not at all. In fact, with diverse views, diverse intelligences, diverse talent, you actually end up with a much better workforce. However, to potentially address some of your fears, and again, in this particular case, I don't mean to be offensive, but despite all of our efforts, 98% of workforce in our company today is still men. And when I did my engineering, I was one of only 3 people, 3 women in my entire engineering class. So I think today, hopefully, things are different, but believe me, your dominance is not going anywhere anytime soon.
So I just want to respond to your observation that diversity, the quality goes down. That's what. So you're saying that the world's 50% of population is poor quality, right? The point I'm trying to make is that the larger the population, your ability to get better talent is far more, right? So it is the fallacy that we hire diversity, we are compromising on quality. I don't think so, honestly, because the more people, the reason why we think that is because we haven't even explored, right? When we explore, we know what is the quality. Actually, we don't. Quality is something that we have in our mind. We define in our own selves. So once you explore, you get to know more. And I can tell you from my personal experience, one of the most, there are several examples of very talented people from diverse backgrounds. So I would disagree with that point of view that you compromise.
Sir, I would like to ask you that although if you work in America, you are the minority, of course, you're an Indian. So I don't mean to say that inclusion directly leads to lack of quality, but what I mean to say is if your priority is inclusion over quality, then does that take the wrong turn? I mean,
but it's not like that. If you again, this is again, I can speak only about my experience. The reason why you have inclusion is to explore uncharted territory, right? How do you know that you are not getting the right quality unless you are inclusive, right? If you talk to more people, meet more people, get more ideas, interview more people, you know what quality is. By saying that you are keeping inclusion above quality, that it doesn't work that you only get to know it. Actually it is the other way around. If you are more inclusive, you get to know the quality. That's how I would look at it. Maybe there are different perspectives.
Questions?
Yeah. Yes. My question for so you mentioned.
Yeah, I can hear you.
So you mentioned that we need to have clear set of guidelines and regulations, for the private sector to comply to them. So, but isn't it the same private sector that has been resisting guidelines, resisting regulations rather, and accusing the government of, being the regulator each time the private, there is a breakthrough, in certain sector. I mean, let's talk about artificial intelligence. So one of the reasons the United States has not been able to come up with comprehensive regulations because the private sector doesn't want it. So I would just like to get a little bit more on it.
Yeah, I think, we can all agree that nobody likes regulations, but yet we have to live with them. So regulations are fundamentally, there are a trailing mechanism in terms of what evolves, right? So there is this whole thought process around ESG, around diversity, around inclusion. And I believe that the social framework sits on top of business and we operate within that socio-political economic framework. So business really doesn't exist in a vacuum. So the process, I think we are in these nascent stages of defining what it should be. And at the end, at least in the United States, I've seen regulators starting to take a stab at that, the SEC providing guidelines. I have conversations with investors who, have displeasure around the fact that I do not have a woman on the board. So there are things that are in motion today, and they have to be articulated well and formalized. And then, if you get to a framework where you have I love frameworks of constraints, right? So I have an objective which is about generating returns for my investors or my shareholders. I could be a benefit corporation. I could incorporate in a different way and have a different objective. But in terms of the overarching objective, I try to look at this problem very mathematically. So I have an objective, which is to maximize profitability. And then I have to solve this whole mathematical problem, which is an optimization problem in terms of choosing across dimensions. So if workforce diversity is a dimension, and if there are constraints on it and well-defined constraints, and suppose, a number of hours that we work could be a constraint, I could say that all workers in my company should work 24 hours. Is that feasible? That's pretty much illegal, right? So there is a legal constraint around that. And it's very easy for me to work in that framework now because I am aware of my constraints. Given the constraints, I can always optimize towards my, maximizing my objective. So that makes it way easier. So despite the industry opposing it and all that, because today there is a cost of implementing any new framework that comes along but that has to happen. And that has happened in financial services, that has happened in healthcare, that keeps happening. It doesn't change. I mean, governments are there to regulate, are there to create laws, and the businesses have to operate in that paradigm. So I believe that despite the resistance, we will get to a point where we get to a formal framework.
Any questions? We can continue this discussion post, this session, because we need to close at 2:30. I hope we heard something different in this session than what we usually talk about in our classes. As I said in the beginning, these are the people who actually, use the laws, policies, the ideas that we espouse in our classrooms. And it's always good to hear how they think, what they think, and why they think. Thank you very much. I will hand over to the MC.
As this thrilling session comes to a close, I would like to invite Dr. Shukwan Mindra, Director Research, Amity Institute of International Studies, to present the Board of Finance. So.
I'm sorry, I missed the session because there was some other word I was Well, I initiated that discussion. I was thing I was thinking, and I was thinking, oh my God, I have missed a wonderful session. On behalf of Amity University and on behalf of AIP and on my behalf, I'm really thankful to all the panelists, organizers, particularly the students, and Vidisha ma'am, then Yogendra and others. Definitely, I personally feel these types of interaction helps in enhancing our knowledge, provide confidence and energy. Recently, I have started teaching public administration. So my area of interest in preservation and foreign policy, and I'm really enjoying by teaching the students. And I feel so it's really a part of this corporate sector. Actually, is a backbone of the Indian economy, Indian whole system. We have to take care of our political system more than the corporate sector. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for us to express our gratitude and honor our distinguished guests. I would like to request Dr. Yogendra Singh, Head of Amity Institute of Public Policy, to present a sapling and a memento to our esteemed chair, Ms. Swati Gupta. Please have a big round of applause. Again, request Dr. Yogendra Singh to present a sampling and a memento to Mr. Rahul Chattopadhyay. May I request Dr. Yogendra Singh to present a memento and a sampling to Mr. Rahul Chattopadhyay. May I request Dr. Yogendra Singh to present a memento and sampling to Ms. Rajshri Das. May I now request Dr. Vidra to present a sampling and a memento to Mr. Surya Aditya Bose. Now may I request Dr. Shantanu Ghosh to present a memento to our very own Dr. Vidisha Banerjee.
With that, we come to the end of the session. We thank you all for joining us and hope that this conference was insightful. We would now like to invite our guests for tea in F1 block. The students will guide you. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, thank you, everyone. Thanks.
I hope you didn't mind my question. Very, very nice topic.
Thank you.
Quite close to my interest topic. Nice for syllabus and science.
Sorry. Meet, can you get to the we need a show right
And also museums. That's something that they take care of all the national museums all the way in the so when what happens there is when we say about sustainability, we are not able to showcase chemicals. So we don't have an alternative. No. Someone exactly. R&D has not been done. If you have some roles, then like so until this mindset changes, and it's very difficult for the mindset to change. Everything is on your mobile. So again, when we talk about sustainability, yeah. So when you talk about sustainability, the resources are limited. And there you cannot limit somebody to absolutely cannot move to it.
So then that's a clash of yes, आप चले गए मेरे को देखना
Let's keep it this side. अरे उनके जाने अभी
कहाँ आएंगे अभी आएंगे तो यहाँ आएंगे बताओ अब आ गई आपने बोला कि काम नहीं कर रहा कब से कितनी बजे कैसे बात करी आपसे ज्यादा बड़ी बात है अभी कर दिया कल नहीं कल से अच्छा अभी दिया
हम क्यों बोल रहे हैं
आपको कोई कल नहीं ट्रैक 7 ट्रैक 7 यहाँ पे फोन पकड़े तो कौन बोल ट्रैक 7 है ना होगा आइए हाँ हाँ अलग अलग जूम पे ये जूम पे जो ट्रैक चल रहे हैं ना
अच्छा वो बताएंगे एक सेकंड
I request everyone to please keep their phones on silent mode.
हेलो, आवाज आ रही है? गोविंद सर, आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, आ रही है आवाज।
जो मैडम वॉल्यूम की वो ठीक है?
ठीक है, वॉल्यूम।
Done.
Good evening all. I am Nisha Gupta, MC of this session. Welcome you all for today's session. It is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you to the 5th International Conference for Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Leadership. This gathering represents an opportunity to engage with the intellectual frontiers of entrepreneurship, innovation and leadership, foundation of progress and transformation in our contemporary landscape. Far beyond a mere event, this conference stands out as a union of brilliant intellects, an intersection of pioneering ideas and celebration of relentless pursuit and excellence. I would like to first introduce our today's panel. First of all, Dr. D.P. Singh, who's our track in charge, Dean, APD, Director, Amity School of Architecture and Planning. Sir has a PhD from IIT Roorkee in Architecture and Planning. He's qualified architect registered with Council of Architecture, licensed to practice architecture in India and a fellow of Indian Institute of Architects. With 2 decades of demonstrated history of working in architecture, design and education, he has been a policy and sustainability enthusiast. He has been guiding doctoral research students in area of CPTED, green buildings, construction demolition base, heritage, city development plan, city and culture, sustainable urban vegetation. His interest in cross-disciplinary areas in pedagogy, design process, research methods, responsive environment, energy rating system, criticism, architectural journalism, service marketing, livable cities and community development, heritage and cultural along river, accreditation processes, education 4.0 keep him engaged with new ideas and concepts to contribute in professional activities. I request sir to, I welcome sir and request him to welcome our guests as well.
Thank you so much, and for such a wonderful introduction. I think that was not needed, but still. And I would like to welcome Dr. Anmol Srivastava. I believe he is here. Then we have Mrs. Priya Vinod. Anmol, I am so sorry. I was looking you in the online mode. Then we have Mr. Vineet Singh, Director and CTO, Wegener Learning Private Limited. Has he joined? And we have with us architect Ajay Mittal, Director Tree of Life, Kaila Art Resort. And I'm happy to see you. Ajay, I am happy to see you. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir, you are. And it's always a pleasure to see you as well.
It was a surprise to me that you are joining in online mode today. Welcome on this platform.
Thank you, sir.
I would like to welcome Mr. Anuj Ravla, founder and CEO of VR Real Technologies.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome, sir. Welcome. And at the same time, nonetheless, our moderator, Shalini Sharma, is here. And for whom this session is conducted, that's the students. And I hope that Mr. Sunil Kumar has also joined. He's the CEO of 3D Art Stuff Studios. Welcome to you, sir. Am I audible to you?
Yeah, sir. Thank you so much.
Then, of course, this session is meant for the students, and definitely some questions have to come from you. So you have to listen to the panelists very carefully. And I believe the outcome of this will help you in your student progression in some or the other way. When I say some way is that within the campus, other way means that outside campus when you will move in the industry and you should be industry ready that way. So with this, I will hand over back to our Anusha. Hand over the mic to Anusha. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So, our second panelist is Ms. Shalini Sharma, our moderator of the session and also Assistant Director, Amity School of Design. She has a 22 plus years of field experience and she is currently pursuing her PhD in Sustainable Design and Energy Efficiency. I welcome you, ma'am, to the session. Further, I would like to give you all a small introduction about our panelists. First, our session chair, Mr. Anuj Ravla, founder and CEO of VR Technologies. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce the session chair for this panel discussion, a person whose expertise and dedication have brought us together today to delve into the fascinating world of virtual reality. Our session chair, Mr. Anuj Ravla, is a renowned figure in the virtual reality industry. He has established VRRT in 1994, which was the first reality company in India. He also has been invited as a speaker at the VR World of San Jose, California in 1995. As an entrepreneur with 29 plus years of experience in 3D visualization, Anush has tried to create a world-class architectural visualization company that strives to create and progressively enhances us of virtual imagery for use of various stakeholders. Please join me in giving a warm welcome and enthusiastic welcome to our distinguished session chair, Mr. Anuj Ravla, who is currently joining us. Next, I would like to welcome our speaker, Dr. Anmol Srivatsava, Assistant Professor, IIT Delhi, IIIT Delhi. Our first speaker of our panel discussion is Dr. Anmol Srivatsava, who specializes in human-computer interaction. In 2019, he received his PhD from India's pioneering UP and ICEIL lab and IIT Guwahati. Dr. Anmol explores emerging technologies, potential to facilitate utility, usability, and creative self-expression in various contexts and use cases. His research output has received several awards at national and international level. Before joining IIIT, he headed the UX and Interaction Design Program and the XR and IXD lab at the School of Design, UPES, Dehradun. His current research focuses on AR, VR, the metaverse, and tangible user interfaces. Besides being passionate about design education, he is also a strong proponent to maker culture. Dr. Anmol, expertise and passion make him an invaluable asset to our panel, and we look forward to hearing his thoughts and aspects on VR and AR. Please join me in welcoming someone. Our next panelist who is present with us is Ms. Priya Vinod, researcher, IIT Guwahati. She is a senior researcher at IIL Lab, IIT Guwahati, holds a master's degree in computer science engineering. With 5 years of essential experience as a senior project engineer at Wipro Technologies Pvt Limited in Chennai, India, and additional 2 years in academic teaching, she brings a wealth and expertise of her role. Priya's primary research revolves around the development of gesture-based interaction for locomotion in virtual reality, demonstrating her keen interest in this innovative field. Furthermore, she possesses a passion for cognitive psychology. We eagerly anticipate her valuable contributions and leadership throughout our session. And please join me in welcoming Ms. Priya Vinod to the stage. Our next speaker has joined us online, Mr. Ajay Mittal, lead designer, Amazon India. He brings a wealth of experience and knowledge to the table. With a master's in design from IIT Bombay and having more than 15 years of experience as interaction designer, he has established himself as a leading authority in design field. Today, Ajay Mittal will provide us with valuable insights into the application of VR into design. His unique perspective and expertise will undoubtedly enrich our discussion. So without further ado, please welcome sir. Last but not the least, our final panelist is Mr. Sunil Kumar, founder CEO of 3D Art Stuff Studio. He is a true expert in the field and brings a wealth of knowledge and experience in our conversation. He is a founder and CEO of 3D Art Stuff Design Studio, and he works on pre-visualization of architectural projects for real-time and VR experiences. Sunil holds a bachelor's degree in multimedia and 3D visualization, and with 17 years of experience in 3D animation and VR, Sunil has been at the forefront in creating immersive environments that captivate audience and bring architectural design to life. His insights and perspective are highly respected in the industry, and we are fortunate to have him join us today. Let's welcome him as well. So over the next 1 hour, we are going to have a unique opportunity to discuss the topic of AR/VR. I further would like to hand over mic to our moderator, who will further brief and take the session forward. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Anusha. Now, a little introduction about today's topic, virtual reality and augmented reality, and education integration for immersive design learning and its application. So basically, when we talk about virtual reality, VR and augmented reality have emerged as powerful tools, as we all know, and we have been witnessing this. This for immersive learning, experience in various fields, including design. This program here, when we talk about this panel discussion, basic aim is to understand and acknowledge and explore the integration of VR and AR technologies into education to enhance design learning and practical application. Now, I would be requesting all the participants and to come up with the insight and discuss for the developing a deep understanding on how VR and AR can revolutionize design education and its real world applications. So I would now request the session chair to please give his opening remarks on the topic. Am I audible? Mr. Ravla?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, thank you. Okay. Thank you, sir, for calling me and inviting me to this conference and to this session. I'm grateful to you, and I welcome all the other participants and who are my co-participants in this session. I've been doing VR since '94, when we had 486s and 386s as computers, and I remember buying the first Pentium 1 from DEC. At that point of time, there was a company by the name of DEC, which was subsequently bought over by Compaq, and then subsequently bought over by HP and things like that. So VR is not a new technology. It was heralded sometime in the late 80s, early 70s, late 80s, early 90s is when it first became popular. There were a number of people who tried to utilize VR. It was mainly within the defense and the other areas that it really took off initially because of the cost of computers and stuff like that. There was a company by the name of Silicon Graphics, which is no longer that's been a loss, but they were the first real graphics company which wanted to enhance VR. They sort of, the only difference is the only people who actually had a real Onyx engine Silicon Graphics machine was Tata Elxsi and TCS at that point of time, because they're the only people who could afford to buy a $500,000 machine, which unfortunately went the way of most machines. They became obsolete within a year, 2 years. But to spend that kind of money at that point of time was the realm of only a few people. Today, that same Onyx machine computer is on your phone. maybe a little, not maybe on the phone, but the base computing devices now are the same power of those Onyx machines, which were worth $500,000 at that point of time. So we've come a long way. It's been a slow ride. It's been one of challenges right from the beginning. The challenges remain today, but the potential is now being recognized in the larger commercial arena, which it was not. It was a very niche arena that VR was earlier plodding through, defense, R&D, various things. But today, I think there has been a larger adoption of VR within the commercial fields, and that is why the students need to now today understand what are the options available to them in terms of VR. How does VR help in education is also something I think which is a part and parcel of this session. So, it is just about, I think, now exploding on the world stage. It's been there for a few years. It's again seen a little bit of a dip in terms of adoptions. I think a lot of the dip was to do with the COVID scare and the fact that VR as a, when you wear headsets and things like that, you have some kind of issues in terms of sanitization and other things like that, and because of which it's seen another slight dip since before COVID. But it's a technology of the future, and it is something which will become bigger and bigger as we go into the future. In terms of VR and AR are two very different technologies, right? AR is augmenting reality, VR is creating a reality which may not exist at all. So they are two different genres really clubbed into one space because of the lack of maybe treatment as such. But going forward, I think they will turn into two separate streams because they are very different. AR, in my mind, today has more commercial potential because it sort of augments reality, right? It helps people understand, when even in training, if you have the physical model in front of you and you have a device which overlays on that physical model and explains you how things are done, I think that is the future, and that is where HoloLens and all these people are trying to really market. Even the new latest Apple device is not a full virtual reality in the sense it doesn't encompass you into a separate space. It's more to do with augmenting what you are seeing in front of you and adding to that. So I think AR in the longer run has a larger potential. VR will be a little, though it's a more popular term, VR will remain in my opinion, the younger brother to AR as we go ahead. Because virtual reality is virtual. At the end of the day, you have to really deal with actual reality to really make a difference. And AR that way has huge potential in both academics, in education, in training, in creating new items. Architecture is the one place where I think VR is more pronounced, because when we do architecture, architects need to understand, or not just architects, because they're really supposed to be understanding what they're doing, but their clients and their the stakeholders, the end users of the space, need to be able to understand what they're getting, what would the place be like. Initially when I started this work, I found I'm not an architect, and It was a family business of construction. I've actually done the Agni missile test range construction. I've done the actual construction of the Agni missile launch pads and the telemetry buildings and stuff like that. That was a family business. Construction, we used to work for the MES. Military engineering services, I used to call them the money earning services. That's a separate thing, but so I initially was a contractor who decided it is simpler to do construction with bits and bytes instead of sand and cement. And that's how I sort of landed up in virtual reality, because I found people had difficulty in understanding the drawings and stuff like that. And I said there was one way it would be easier for them to understand things is if there is a virtual world that they could inhabit or walk into. So in architecture, yes, I think virtual reality will be the bigger brother, because we deal with virtual spaces, and I keep telling people I do build castles in the air, which I do. It's the builder and the other people who have to actually build the castles on the ground. I simply build castles in the air. And to build castles in the air, you need you need your softwares and your CAD CAM and your drawings, but how you consume that is where virtual reality comes in. You could consume it on a laptop, you could consume it on a headset, you could consume it on a mobile. So it's a virtual space. So virtual reality is not just the headset. Headset is one bit of virtual reality. Virtual reality is the space that is created. How you consume it, you could do it in various manners. Normally when people think virtual reality, they think headsets, but it's not just headsets. It's everything. You can consume it in a variety of ways. So that's my thought on AR and VR. I think leave it to the rest of the participants to give their take on VR and AR and what they think the future is. And hopefully we'll have a great discussion from where the kids and the students will learn something from all of us here.
Thank you, Mr. Ravla. I would request Mr. Anmol to take it up further.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. So I am taking it up from this point. So XR basically, that is what we have been listening to, right? And we have all these new devices coming up, and the whole industry is going bonkers about it. Perhaps some of you guys are also going mad about AR or VR. But the point of agenda is like, how can AR be ready for all these XR technologies and really be utilized in education? Typically, if you see, like, all these devices, they are something that draw your attention to something. AR is a very powerful visualization device, so is VR. And what it directs is it immerses users in different ways. Right? Now, augmentation, primarily what we understand today is from these mobile phones, right? That you are overlaying some 3D objects on it. But augmentation can really be in terms of olfactory sensors, it can be in terms of haptics. Have you heard of this name called Fred Brooks? How many of you have heard of this name? So Fred Brooks was a computer scientist. He also worked a lot in computer graphics. And what he suggested was that AR and VR are devices for intelligence augmentation. Sometime back, if you might have heard about this lecture by Steve Jobs, where he mentioned that computers are a bicycle for the brain. They augment your capabilities in some way or another. Similarly, AR and VR are devices or technologies that are going to augment your intelligence, augment your capabilities. So at this point, I'll just say that. And
thank you, Mr. Anmol. I will request Ms. Priya to give her comments on the topic.
Like we said, VR, I might be talking about VR. So I will be talking more about VR because
So VR, as they said, it started in 1960s where they created a sensoroma simulation. Basically, it was a 3D simulation. And it was where there was a motorcycle simulation, a person riding a motorcycle. So that was the whole start of VR. And for that, VR is one thing where you are immersed in a world where it doesn't exist. And secondly, you have to give it that realism with respect to multisensory stimuli. You have to give it to the user so that he doesn't realize that this is the artificial world. So those multisensory stimuli were also given in 1960s. They were given in the form of haptic feedbacks and visuals and audio. So even the wind was blown for that simulation for the user. So that much of reality that happened in 1960s. Then in 1965, I think they created the ultimate display, and that had interactive graphics also for the user to interact with the world, virtual world. Then came in 1980s, as Sir said, it was mainly used in Air Force, US Air Force, where they wanted to simulate the flight landing and target position. So then we had many inventions in with respect to haptic feedbacks. Data globes were created. And now if we see those things were with huge, the whole setup was very huge for VR. But now if we see the VR is more consumer based, and it has actually come out of the lab and research field, and now it is being used in home. So I think as we go on, I think more users would adopt VR, and they will experience in education. More schools and colleges would use this technology for better understanding of concepts.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's very much needed that everything we discuss about has to be starting with the education, and education to starting from the very bottom. Moving further from here, may I now request Mr. Ajay Mittal to give his comments on the topic.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Shalini. So before I even start, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Amity University for inviting me for this session, and also the co-speakers to join, because I'm sure this session will be not only be about AR and VR, but there'll be a lot of pieces of wisdom which we'll be sharing basis this topic. So my apologies for missing this wonderful opportunity to meet all of you in person due to prior commitments at work in Bangalore. So before I share my thoughts, I wouldn't call myself an expert, especially after learning how Mr. Ravla has been exploring this domain since 1990s, because I was always under the impression that I started too early in AR and VR space. But like I said, it's always good to hear from the experts and learn and co-learn rather. So let me just bring in the design perspective into this space, because what we've been doing, we've been talking about the outcome or impact or implications which VR and AR are bringing in. For that reason, even if we talk about the mixed reality, now all these mediums, whether it's AR as we augmented reality or virtual reality, especially we talk about augmented reality, for me as a designer, that's a medium to enhance your physical surroundings. Right? Now, since I'm an architect, my background, and again, quoting Mr. Ravla when he said architects need to have an understanding. Believe me, sir, it was very difficult back then to just move from learning the formulas of ethanol and hydrochloride and all of a sudden come to a space where you get to know that you're going to design something which is going to impact the lifestyle or lives of several people, especially when you are doing space design. And it was very difficult it used to be very difficult for us to visualize. We were given exercises to, let's say, devise or design an amphitheater, or for that reason, design a school or a commercial building, because we were playing with the scale. We had no option but to do site visits, experience those places in person. But with all these advancements coming in, and like you rightly said, it's the commercial arena is becoming more aware of it. And at the same time, it's doing, it's bringing a lot of opportunities, especially if we talk about students, how it can benefit students. Now, if it's an architect or an architecture student, from their physical space or a classroom, they can sit and explore all these places. They can learn a lot about it. Talk about a medical student. I was always scared to dissect a frog. I was forced to do that, in fact. But now you don't even have to sacrifice a living animal or a living reptile to just learn the anatomy of that poor being. Same is like there's a lot of advancements happening in medical field where you can just do remote operations, and not that it's very prevalent, but there's a lot of advancement of work happening in this field. Microsoft HoloLens is in a very advanced stage, and I'm sure the experts know more about how soon can it be out in the market. But if I have to summarize, for students at least, these can become a very potential medium to learn. Right? There are no more boundaries for learning with these advancements coming into field. Now, if you ask me, what as a designer, what are the spaces or implications or the benefits of AR VR? Now, I've been working in this field since quite some time, and the reason for me to move into AR and VR space back in 2007 was because I didn't want to explore these web domains, Google, Microsoft. So I joined a small startup which was practicing in augmented reality and virtual reality back then. That was a time when Vuzix glasses came in. It was a very heavy head-mounted display, almost a kg in weight. Microsoft Surface, that touch table of theirs, came in, the first version of that, which was around 200 kgs of weight. But that was exciting for me because I came from architecture, studied UX design, and I came into a domain which was like, although it was real, but it was not real to a certain extent. So I learned a lot there. It was, I was designing experiences for automotive sector. Auto Expo used to be a craze back then, and every car manufacturer wanted their cars to do best, to go out in the market and appeal to crowds. But just putting a car in a physical space was not doing much for them. And that's where we used AR medium back then to explore more features of physical car without even interacting with the car. And this is where AR is more prevalent because AR is easy because of the devices it's related to that. A simple smartphone can become a medium for you to explore augmented spaces. And for students who must be hearing to what I'm saying, I'm sure all of you, at least a majority of you, would be Apple fans. 12 September, 3 days back, they launched a lot of new or not so new initiatives or products, but at least now they allow you, they've been doing that since few years, they allow you to explore those spaces from the space wherever you are in. You can explore their Apple Watch on your hand. And this, why I'm bringing up this example, because this is what is happening in design industry. If you go to e-commerce market, since I work with Amazon, Flipkarts, Urban Ladders, for that reason, Amazon, without naming what we are doing, will let you explore a lot of products in your own space, which not only helps you to choose and make decisions better, but at the same time, it also brings business for the other counterpart. So keeping my thoughts limited and not just going on all about this space, all I'm saying is designing for customers or designing for users, which is user experience design, is not very challenging if you understand the gist of it, how to do it, because we're designing for users, we need to understand their problem. But when it comes to designing for with virtual reality setups or augmented reality setups, we have an added layer of complexity, which is the capability of a system. Because in other designs, I'm only working with capabilities of a user, that what is it that they want, what is it that they can do. But here at the same time, there is a capability of a system. So we have to create a good balance between capabilities of users versus capabilities of system. So on that note, I'll just pass it on to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ajay. I'm sure we all know that how things have changed drastically, wherein we had
certain limitations, and now the opportunities are vast, and we have a lot of facilities around us wherein we can explore much more. Moving on to Mr. Sushil for his remarks, please. May I request Mr. Sushil to give his remarks, and then we further move on to the next set of discussion.
Hello.
Hello, Mrs. Street. Am I audible?
Yeah, I'm Sunil, and I'm audible to all of you.
Yeah, please. Yes, please. I'm sorry, Mr. Sunil.
Yeah, thank you. And like for me, VR is an incredible, like VR is a technology which has which have incredible potential. And for me, there are two different aspects of VR. One, thinking about the VR technology itself, and the next is create something which is in VR. Those are two different aspects of the same thing, VR. Talking about the VR, thinking about the VR, discussing about the VR is not going to make it happen in the actual reality. We need tools, process, proper training, and then only we can experience the VR which we are discussing. And if we can focus on how to use the VR instead of only learning VR, or how we can use, we have to, it's a very deep and steep learning curve to understand how we can use VR in the real world. That is what like my experience come from when I started learning VR and how to use. I was like fascinated about the VR when I started in 2012. And then when I started to learn, I was not able to find any resource to learn VR. And it was so disheartening for me. I realized the potential and how I can think, and then I can get there inside that scene or like a scenario where which was in my mind. But creating it and going physically was an incredible challenge for me. Like I know VR, like at that time, I knew what is VR, how it can be used, but how can we create something that looks absolutely real, so that when I will be in that environment, I will feel that it's not a hypothetical scenario or it's not a hypothetical scene. It was a great challenge then, and it's still a great challenge now. If like we need to, like I am always focused on, like we understanding the use of VR is quite easy now. We can understand the VR, it's being widely used in metaverse, architecture, gaming industry, medicals, everything they are used. But my main intentions of in terms of VR is to train people who can create and use the technology of VR. Because when we are able to use the technology of the VR by creating anything which we want, by the tool, by knowing all the tools which can be used to create a VR experience, then only for me everything makes sense. Okay, and that is what I have been trying my best to explain the technology and then train people how to use exactly how to use this technology. And we should like I will insist all the students so to focus on understanding what is VR and how they can use VR in their professional life, in like a beyond professional, like after when they will be out in the world and then they want to use the VR technology, they should understand the use of VR in broader way. There are incredible, immense potential, and lots of things can be used. Like in lots of things, VR can be used, but they should also focus on how to learn the technique so that they can use the potential of VR. That is one of the biggest challenge, and I see very few people discussing about it, because at the end of the day, we have to learn how to use it. That is what my main perspective on VR is. It's incredible technology, and should be used by in variety of fields and can be used, but we have to learn how to use the VR technology. So if all those things make sense, I will end here on my perspective about VR. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sunil. I'm sorry for calling out your name incorrectly. Now, moving further from here, there are certain things that need to be discussed when we talk about the topic formally. So my question is for Mr. Anuj Ravla, that what ethical considerations should the developers and companies consider when working with the VR and AR technologies? So if you could just throw some light on this and how this has to be put up with professionals. Mr. Anuj Ravla, please, am I audible? Mr. Anuj Ravla, may I just I'm putting this up to you for the panel discussion.
Yes, ma'am. Could you just say that again?
So when we talk about AR and VR, so how my question to you is that what ethical considerations should the developers and the companies take into consideration when working with VR and AR technologies? So how what are the practices, ethical practices the professionals should follow?
Okay, so over the years, and Sunil is very right, it's the biggest problem with VR has been the tools and the availability of tools to do these things in a manner where the person thinks that the environment is believable, right? So far, VR had been restricted to in terms of unless you really had either a huge budget to create a Call of Duty type of game or a one of these so all these games that people pay on PS4, PS5, they are all VR, right? At the end of the day, they are VR games. Some of them can be played with headsets, some of them can be played with on the mobile, and that what is that very nowadays that Pug 4, whatever that there's one game which is very popular amongst the younger crowd. All these are VR games. The only thing is either you have a budget of these games have budgets bigger than not Bollywood but even Hollywood films, right? So a budget for creating a Call of Duty game would be about $1 billion. Most Hollywood films are about $100 million, $200 million. If it's really fancy, it's $300 million. These games have budgets of $1 billion because they make $3 billion at the end of the day, right? So we are, unless it's a believable environment, can fall flat on its face. And Sunil is one of the few people I know who actually does VR in a manner that makes it almost look pre-rendered kind of content. I have been doing, let's say, less VR and more pre-rendered stuff for the last so many years. Like I said, it's been a very slow journey. Ma'am reminded me it's not the 80s, it's the 1960s when VR first came across, right? So can you imagine so sometimes I call VR a Halley's Comet, sort of takes a number of years, goes around the sun, comes back and shines brightly on the earth, and then sort of disappears again. So 60s to the late 80s to now 2020s or 2015, 16 is when it sort of really became popular. Now the builder, at the end of the day, I've noticed is looking for a pretty picture more than interactivity. The interactivity comes in at a time when maybe he is at a very basic stage, when he is discussing with his so when he's discussing with the, the builder and the architect are two entities who are like they are in a marriage, or at least any client and the architect is in a marriage. For it takes a couple of years for the work to get executed and stuff like that, and they sort of do arrive at an understanding, but it's the end user where the builder normally thinks something like this will come into use, because he wants to use this not only as a design tool but also as a tool to sell his project. Right. So in my case, what I've seen is it becomes, unless it's done well, it's not going to be helpful. And if it is done well, it will cost money. So the only people who really are willing to spend this kind of money is in terms of builders or people for who the work that we do has a shelf life of at least 3-4 years. So, trying to do this for an individual owner of a home who is using it really only for experiencing what his place could be, there are cheaper tools like SketchUp now for an architect. SketchUp or Lumion are very quick and dirty tools by which they can come up with renderings and imagery to explain the concept to the end user. It's more as a builder who requires something like this to keep an interest alive in his project beyond just that initial marketing push. So what we found is the builder really looks for, the ones I work for at least, and there are all sorts of builders, looks for quality in terms of the imagery and the graphics that is going out to him. How close does it come to the actual reality that would be created on ground? And of course, funds and costings and keeping your budgets tight is always the first thing on most builders' minds. So you've got to be careful. In terms of builders, in terms of where an architect or we come into play is when there is something just beyond explaining what the project is going to be, and it could be used in a number of ways by the builder. So the builder looks at these things that does it. So like I said, when I started this business, I came across this saying which said, get it right the first time, every time, right? The kind of business I do, I've never got it right the first time, anytime. So we come into a stage when the architect is also developing his ideas, and we tell the architects that, use us as a tool to further refine your work and help us take it to a level where the developer can also use it as a marketing tool going ahead. And so we sort of bridge slightly both functions, and the builder at the end of the day, the other thing, it's easy to take, in our kind of business, it's easy to take someone else's work and show it as your work and try and do it. But I keep telling people, there's no sense watermarking your work, because unless the builder is not paying for it, then you watermark it. But otherwise, once the work is over, there's no sense watermarking it, because if somebody's using your work and taking work, he has to deliver the same kind of thing. So the other thing that you need to be careful is that never to over promise and under deliver. It is always better to under promise and over deliver on a work that you do, because that is the only way you will get repeat customers. And if you give them a client more than what you had told them you would give them, more quality than you had said you would provide, he will always come back to you. He will always come back and give you another chance to do more work for him. And so a couple of things you have to keep in mind is quality needs to be paramount. As far as I'm concerned, quality is paramount. Second is the kind of budgets that you offer clients. It's always behind quality. And the third thing is, what is the kind of relationship that you can create with builders? So builders look at all these things when they give you the work. They look at the quality of your work, they look at your pricing, they look at what further down the line, if they want changes, will it happen, will it not happen? So these are things that builders look at. Beyond that, you've got to again understand which builder is willing to pay your rates and which one is not. So I think that's it. Is there any other thing? I mean, I don't know if I've covered everything as far as the builder is concerned.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ramla. And I think you have explained it very wonderfully, and looking into the nuances of the marketing aspects as well of the AR and VR technologies. Now, just trying to relate with the topic that how these AR and VR technologies can be helpful to our pedagogical needs. So when generally we start with this pedagogical needs, it's not that in today's time we can teach anybody anything. So the time has gone. If the students I see in front of us, most of us will be, you will find them indifferent to the lecturing. But somehow in the pedagogical aspects in today's time, we feel that we need to make them think, though it was earlier too, but the tools that are available in the IT sector on net, and we find that we need to make them think. So what is the color of the sky? The natural answer will come to all of us is blue. But what is the scope of colors in sky will definitely make us think. So my question to Ajay, are you there? Ajay.
Yes, sir. I am here.
My question to you would be that since I know you when you were a student, how do you see this transformation in yourself with respect to the use of these technologies, where you have started thinking in a way that you are addressing a problem or a question in a different way for the client or for the user? Am I able to help you with my question?
Yes, sir. I guess I fairly understood the question. Let me try to answer that in best of my capability. And this will also tie back to the prior discussion which we are having around the capabilities and what is it that we should be doing with VR. So let me address your question first, that how has it transitioned my understanding from a student to the space which I am working in. Now, let me try to break it down to something very simple. Whether it's a student doing a class assignment or whether we are as professionals or as teachers doing something, there's always a need aspect to it. There's always a problem statement towards which we are working. A student's problem might be to learn a curriculum to understand things better. For a teacher or an academician, it could be how to communicate and give away that information in a better way. And for professionals, it might be between the client and the business. So there's always a business need, there's always a user need. But before that, there's always a problem statement, which we need to understand well. And especially with these technologies coming in, that problem statement plays a very crucial role. I'll give you an example of virtual reality. Now, virtual reality, as most of the speakers are bringing, it's an expensive affair. It indeed is. But then we need to understand that what is the outcome we want to arrive at? Does it inculcate that cost? For example, I'll give you a classic example where VR has been used since quite some time. It's NASA and flight simulators. NASA has been using virtual reality to train their astronauts for zero gravity environment, because they cannot afford to take the astronaut and then make them learn. Now, the simulations of that has also come in commercial spaces where there are those gravity defying spaces where people can just go in and explore and understand gravity in a fun concept. The aim or the need is very different. An astronaut is going on a bigger purpose, and the medium or the resources available might not be at disposal. So virtual reality is coming in. Same as with flight simulators, same as with military personnel because we cannot give them that real environment. But we are achieving what we want. So the cost becomes a secondary factor. But now if we come to students, let's say, or a level lower where this is not an immediate need, the cost starts playing a crucial role. And that's when we step back and understand that what is it that I'm trying to solve? Is the problem something which can be handled through an augmented way where it's a physical plus a digital environment? Because in the end, the purpose is to give an outcome. And especially when we are working on these mediums, and whatever we are doing, a couple of crucial aspects are we need to have that collaboration. We need to create that engagement. Because if there's no engagement, if there's no curiosity to learn, people won't be interested in exploring whatever medium we give it to them. So I'm not sure, sir, if I've answered the question fully, but this is how I've transitioned from a person who was doing everything on a tracing sheet, making those measured drawings, to working so closely with technology, but at the same time understanding the nuances as to what comes in when.
Thank you, Ajay, and I hope you have very nicely explained it, and you have in fact distinguished that what is the need at the student level and what is the need at the commercial level, and at the same time, I can sense and guess that from design students there is scope and applicability if we are going to create the virtual environment. Even the science centers like NASA. So that huge opportunity lies with us. Now, my next question to is Ms. Priya Vinod. As you have mentioned about the 3D simulation about Sensorama, and way back, I think 60s that you have mentioned, that was a first attempt where VR was attempted. My question is that when the design students, and since you are having your graduation in computer science, correct me if I'm wrong. So how important is this computing part, means knowing little bit of programming at least to be in the field of design where we can actually take the advantage and use of these AR and VR technologies, and beyond that too, not only AR, VR, but creating that environment where we can say that when they pass out from the portals of MET, the students, they should be like not only industry ready, at times I say that commercially ready, they should be commercially ready, they should be beneficial to the companies they are working for. That makes them valuable. So over to you, Ms. Priya. I would like to know your comments.
So before doing my PhD, I was into software. So in software, there is always a clash between designers and coders, the development people. So the developers always think that designers give unnecessary work for them, and designers think that the need is not solved properly by the developers. So there is always a clash between design and development. So in VR, if we see, so we need both the knowledge of design and also the knowledge of how we are going to address that need. So as Sir rightly said, we have to first find what is the need. So the student or anyone who is designing an application should go for a user-centered design. I don't promote user, I'm not here to promote it, but still, you should always know what is the need for the application from the user point of view, and then design it. And then we also need some preliminary or some kind of, as designers, we also need to have some skills, coding skills for VR. So in 2015-14, they mentioned that there was very little resources in for finding out how to develop applications in VR. Even today, if we see in gesture-based developments, and there is very little discussions that goes into coding and stuff for VR development. So one thing is like we should have good scripting knowledge for students. The scripting is very easy. It's not very kind of it can be done if it followed with discipline. Scripting can be done, and secondly, we should also know to develop 3D models. If we are working in VR, we should be able to develop 3D models and also use the SDKs that the companies have provided for us. So that knowledge would help us to know till what extent we can use the already the codes from the libraries. And third, I would say that there is always kind of testing that goes on. So when we develop a application, we try to test it, and if it doesn't work, we reinvent the wheel once again. We add on with the errors. So that kind of patience should be there, and until the quality that we needed is achieved. So I would say that for 3D asset development, we can use Maya, Blenders, and for development in VR, we can use Unity engine and Unreal engine. So these are very easy for scripting. We can use C#, JavaScript. So there are also online forums where we would join online forums and ask for advices and participate in the discussions in online forums so that we would know what is the actual trend, what is happening in outside world in space of VR.
Thank you so much, and I think you have very rightfully explained it, and I would like to summarize this thing as that there is a need of from interdisciplinary to multidisciplinary. Now I would say that transdisciplinary environment we are working in. So earlier, like architecture, interior design, they were technological fields, and we never used to consider fashion to be a technological field. But now fashion is also a technological field, and many of our interior design and architecture students are well versed how to be more fashionable, taking it as the technological part of it. And that was on the lighter side that I was trying to tell. And but at the same time, I would like to take a quote from Mr. Ravla that building castles in air. So if we are not technologically equipped when we say, and in today's time when we know that even the scripts are visually available, that means you don't have to code. So you have to just pick it visually that as per your needs and fix it for your need and environment. It makes sense, but I do not know that how far that we are using it in our studios and pedagogical classes. I see that there are equipments which now are devised where the entire environment, for example, a board, a simple scanner, which is like put in the courtyard of that whole building or the space, it can scan everything. And movies are being made. I have seen in our university in filmmaking department that movies are being made just with the background of that whole scanned format. So you don't need to visit those spaces time and again. So that is a beautiful example of augmented reality I can sense, and it makes people earn lots and lots at a very low cost. So these examples can be like commercialized in future by our students passing from these portals. My next question will be to Dr. Anmol Srivastava. That can you just help us with this some few case of augmented reality where we can help our students in the class on small projects. So when we are talking of projects, they are of so large scale, it's very difficult for us to cover and complete in the 3-month semester. So how we can like translate this whole knowledge into our classes through small projects. Small projects does not mean that the outcome is like we reduce the outcome of that learning. So how we can do that? If you can share a few thoughts on this.
Right. So, before answering this, I'll just pinpoint on few capabilities of augmented reality. Okay. And also I will speak from the perspective of students because not every student is able to code. So, typically augmented reality helps you visualize things and it overlays information on maybe through a marker or on a marker listing. What you can do is, if you are architect students, it can help you in visualizing buildings. Maybe you have a layout or a plan on which you scan a mobile phone and you are able to visualize the buildings. But then you can take it a step further to understand maybe from a more tangible aspect, right? Where you have a magnifying glass, you can just scan over this building, you are able to see the interiors as well. Now, to do that, you will require different skill sets, perhaps no code platforms or good with coding you can do that. The explorations that you do, or rather the design explorations that you do, will primarily be focusing on what are the user requirements, what are the requirements or the learning outcomes that you are focusing on with all those things. There are other aspects as well. The explorations can also push students towards thinking in new ways. So for example, with augmented reality, you can couple it with hardware or Arduinos. Okay? And then try to understand that what happens when you are able to control a building environment in an IoT scenario as such. Particularly like when I talk about my personal teachings when I have been doing AR in classrooms, the explorations generally go in designing simple games or to understand if we can create different portals where we can step into different worlds altogether just through AR. So learning objective is something that we focus on with that.
Thank you so much. And you rightly mentioned about how we can go about it. At the same time, what we see is that the world is connected. It's a very generic statement when we say world is connected. But since you have used the term IoT, Internet of Things, you will be surprised to know, as per the calculations, more than 2 billion products are in line to be connected. So when I am saying connected and 2 billion products, it includes your shirt also, communicating with your washing machine, that this is the status of the shirt today, and that will be the workload on the washing machine for this day. So be prepared for that. And when it is again another overlay, I will say, on the virtual or the augmented reality, where real product and real need will definitely be in cross section or crossroads with these technologies. Now, my next question will be to Mr. Sushil Kumar. As you have mentioned that about two things, creating about VR technology and thinking about it. So thinking is a different domain and creating is a different domain. And VR, on the lighter note, I will say virtual reality, that if the message goes that to an idiot, I call an idiot, and the message goes 100%, that means I am successful in creating that virtual reality, that it is 100% if the message goes. And if it does not, that means I have to paste something to help someone with this overlay something over it. In simple sense, to call it augmented, that I am again augmenting something over this to give a different synonym to the same term. So, sir, my question to you would be, Sunilji, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
So my question to you would be that how do you think that these AR and VR technologies have a kind of psychological impact on the users when it comes on the client side? So, for example, my question is related to that. At the end, if the client is not getting that kind of satisfaction as it was shown in the earlier stages of AR or VR, so what do you see that what will be the psychological impact on the user to take it forward?
Sir, can you repeat the question again?
My question is that if there is a gap between the actual product which is being given to the client and earlier what has been shown or marketed, so what is the psychological impact on the user with respect to the market situations?
Yes, sir. It will be definitely a big disappointment for the user who has expected whatever the output should be. But if you have proper knowledge and experience of how to create a stuff or create something in VR or whatever you have promised, then I do believe it is very rare for a person who knows how to create VR very well, that I have many times surpassed the expectation of the end user. But the technical limitation is not everyone can surpass it, or not everyone can even match it, because it's very difficult for creating a hyper or photorealistic end result in VR. And if that doesn't happen, then yes, it will be a very disappointing thing, and he will be like believing that VR is not ready yet. But we or the creator, or we are not ready yet for the VR, because we can create highly photorealistic VR applications so that it can absolutely match the expectation of any user. But the thing is, that has to be mastered and learned. If it's done perfectly, the gap will be very less, and you will not have any discrimination between promising something and delivering something. And if we don't know how to create, then yes, it will be a big disappointment for the user, because he not get what he expected in terms of VR.
So,
May I just add to what Sunil said here? There are very few people of the caliber of Sunil who can provide the kind of real-time visualization of a almost hyper-realistic kind. Most people selling VR do so on what you said, over promise, under deliver. And I asked most of them, how many repeat clients have you got? The trick to any business or to this thing is a repeat client. If you have a repeat client that you know, then you understand that the guy was satisfied with what you delivered to him, and that is why he's coming back to you. 90% of the people in VR will, if they are truthful, admit to you that there is no repeat client to them. The exceptions are always there, like Sunil, but it is very difficult, like he said. It's not, the learning curve is not easy to deliver. It is easier to do pre-rendered stuff, right? 3ds Max, SketchUp, various other things. It's still easy to learn as long as you have an aesthetic sense. VR combines aesthetic and coding, and that very few people manage to do that properly. Like ma'am was saying, there's always been the developer and designer के बीच में वो जो झगड़ा चलता रहता है, और you are asking for too much, you are under delivering, that kind of thing will carry on. There are very few people who can actually combine both VR aesthetics, or just, I would say aesthetics, not VR aesthetics, but aesthetics and coding. Very few people can do that.
I think, sir, you have very nicely told us that what's happening in the industry and what are the gaps, and definitely there is lack of skill set actually, where I find an opportunity for the students where definitely they can fill that gap. That was one of the reasons that I asked this question. And the second reason was, at the same time, no technology can help you till you have researched actually what is needed. So right question has to be thought, right objectivity has to be written. Then only you will be in the position to actually use these technology to give 100% to the client. And I will request Ajay, the last, I think it should be the last, because we are running now short of time. Ajay, are you having this your few pictures? Ajay, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir, you are.
So a few pictures of your this latest project of Tree of Life ICEIL Art Resort. And why I am asking to share few pictures of this project, that you can help us understand that what you thought means, what was your intention, and now what is the feedback when the actual product has come out within those settings of Himalayas. Do you have those pictures? Can you share?
Yeah, so if you allow me a minute, sir, I'll just pull it up and then I'll share my screen.
So in the meantime, I will request any students, if they have any questions, or the faculty members for that matter, to any of the distinguished speakers. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. So, like,
Just introduce yourself.
I'm Fauzi. I'm from UX design in earlier. So, there's this thing that there are some products that are mostly sold with the by the factor that they are first, felt, and then the quality is judged, and then the customer actually thinks of buying. So, in our virtual environments, that's the one factor that we cannot provide them with. And my question is, like, we have, got this technology that now we are online shopping, and we have, overcome this barrier with the users actually saying the need there is there to actually feel the thing before buying it. So we have overcome that factor, but in especially hand-mounted displays and headsets in the virtual reality that we use, how we can overcome this barrier in that environment as well. So the user does not feel the need to actually go to a show instead of just finding in a virtual reality with head-mounted sets.
So may I request any of our panelists, both of you, if you can answer the question?
This was a very relevant question during pandemic. So we were not, we were not allowed for shopping and stuff. So the online shopping, if you see the curve, it raised very drastically in 2020, I think. And in that, so Walmart had this shopping experience where they had this 3D, VR shopping experience where the user sits at home and he is able to go through the lanes of supermarket and find the whatever objects he can have a 3D visualization of an object with all the expiry date and everything. So and he buys it. So that has already been done by Walmart. And I heard that Reliance in India is also coming up with a VR based supermarket where the user can go for an online shopping, not only for a 2D but also a 3D way of experience where he will be more immersed in the supermarket and it will be a more realistic environment. So,
I want, like, my question was a little more specific to how we can the products that are more related to that, like clothes or like shoes that needed to be comfortable in our skin in order to buy it. Like the products that we buy, like this like expiry dates that needed to be checked and stuff like that. We don't need to actually hold it in order to be assured about that. So it's more about the person.
With Lenskart, you are able to try on specs, right? And get to buy them without even feeling them. Similarly, if you just talk about virtual reality, basically pooling our brains that, so one way is that we have a digital try-on of our avatars. Because we are talking about a head-mounted display, we are disconnected from the real world. So in that case, it is really with an avatar that you're buying stuff. I mean, for now, unless and until you look at it from a different perspective or go in a different sense, like augmented virtuality type of thing where you are present in a VR environment and then trying it out. So yes, digital try-ons, they have been there. They have been there with augmented reality. And in VR, in fact, Gucci and all these big fashion industries, they have their stores in metaverse, and yet people are buying them. Right? So I think it's more to do with the cognitive side of our understanding rather than the tangibility in this. But there are research that are also going on towards haptic part, and very recently Facebook has actually come out with the gloves which have very fine granularity in terms of feeling virtual objects. So it is a far-fetched idea, maybe 10, 20 years down the line, but yes, people are working towards that idea. I hope it answers.
So it was such a nice question. I think the best I could gather, the best question I would say in the whole session. And I would like to add to it small part. When this whole virtual thing started, they were trying to create, because your question is about how to translate the sensory feel. Means we have so many senses: smelling, touching, seeing, listening to things. How we can switch from one sense to another sense when we are into virtual reality mode. So that was actually the question. And technology is working on this. I think 10 or 12 years back, I was seeing one of the research from a lab in Israel, where they have created a chemical in the system. It works like these inkjet printers. So on the side, if you click the food, so the printer works in such a way that it creates fumes, and you can have a smell of that food which you are clicking. So I am talking 10 to 12 years back in one of the labs of Israel, it was happening. So it's just that we are switching from one sense to the another sense, and there is some kind of physical product where chemicals are there. We can just have a real feel of what's happening. And I believe in this time, Ajay, have you been able to find those pictures?
Yes, sir. I'll just project my screen.
Please.
Now, could you help me understand, please, what exactly is the question around this? And then I'll just try to answer.
I will put the question again to you. Since it's a very different kind of project which I have seen and with the concepts which are written. So my question to you is that what you have thought of earlier and finally what the product came, what are the gaps you could find, maybe in the form of some feedbacks or your own observations, so that we are able to relate that what's happening inside our mind, and that what's happening inside our mind is kind of, I will say, virtual reality only, which we try to translate through some of the other kinds of softwares, and how that final product comes out and how you have observed some of the gaps in this project. This is a wonderful project. I congratulate you for this project.
Thank you, sir. But I would take the due credits. Just on a lighter note, this was the brainchild of my wife. Like, it was her idea to build something. So there goes a short story. I'll just not take more than 5 minutes, and I'll try to answer the question which you asked. So this place sits in middle of a Class A forest. Class A forests are those protected forests where you're not allowed to disrupt the nature. So the biggest challenge for us, and this was my father-in-law and my wife, so I got involved into this project a couple of years back, 4 or 5 years back. but this project started in 2010. And the biggest learning for us during this project was if we had that advancement of technology, and I'll tell you why I'm bringing it up, we could have saved a lot on this 11 years of construction. Now, people will start thinking, students would be thinking that how can it be possible, like a resort taking 11 years? The reason is there's no straight wall in this resort. The ceilings are all like, I'll just show you a picture of a room. So this is the room. Every room is different and unique. There are no straight walls. The ceilings overlooks these Dhuladhar range, which is the mountain range which we see from the inside of the room. But when we are building this, our idea was we don't want to do something which is already there or people have seen it in India or whether outside. The idea was to learn from nature because, like I said, the problem given to us was don't disrupt the nature. So this is where Mr. Ramashankar Singh, my father-in-law, he said, let's draw inspiration from nature. Like how ants build their dwellings. They go inside the earth, they pull out the soil, they keep building. So if you look at this picture and now try to relate with what I just said, these are nothing but these are rooms. Sitting in the middle of a forest, all the trees were retained, none of the single tree was cut. But all this was good till the time we are building it. The final outcome, no matter how hard it was financially or in terms of the time, we thought we have managed to build a great product. But when it came to selling this product, this is where our biggest learning came in, that we were like, even just now I said, none of the walls are straight. It overlooks the mountain, the ceiling is glass. People were not able to visualize, even with this picture. Now imagine if I give them this environment where they're in the room and they can just move around, which we call as 6 degrees of freedom in technical terms. They would be able to experience the space. Will help me as a business, will also help me as a customer in this case. I won't say user or guest, because without being there, they are getting the first-hand spatial experience of the place. The product. So it's not always about building a fancy product. It's about getting into the basics of it. That what is it that I'm trying to do with this product? Whether the end user, in this case, the tourist or the guest coming into the space, whether they'll be able to experience it. I can't expect people to come in and then appreciate the building. The appreciation will be limited to just this image. Like this looks like a spaceship. Even when we're building, people used to think it's a spaceship. It's a museum. It's something else. It's an art resort with a heavy influence in art. And we tried to build something different in architecture. It's a ferrocement building. And that time we were not using ferrocement at such a huge scale. And so you would know it more than me in this case. But like, again, another learning was we went extensively with this glass. We just wanted to create a window towards the nature. But this is where once we placed the glass, we had to look into the production of the glass, protection films. The cost went up because we said every angle would be unique. Each of these angles are unique, but every angle being unique added to a unique cost, which this ended up with. So there were multiple learnings, right? Every time a guest comes in, we get that feedback. We've been learning from that feedback. Since last 3 years, we've been incorporating those feedbacks because like any other industry, whether it's a medical field, an academic field, hospitality is also such sector. And for me, it was a new sector. I moved from architecture to design and then helping Palak with this. Palak is my wife. And these learnings not only help us improve this, but it has also given us a good ground or a good vision as to how to plan things if we are going to do something different or unique. I'm not sure if I answered the question, sir, but these were a couple of things which happened.
Yes, Ajay, and you have very rightly answered. And what I could gather for our students and this audience is that whatever you do, wherever you go, and whatever be the final product, but feedback is very, very important, and you keep taking feedbacks to improve on your skill set as well as your thought process. And no doubt this will keep improving the technologies and we will keep evolving. So I think with these words, this was the last we were expecting from our distinguished speakers. And I hope that this would have been a wonderful session for all of us to give a thought into the real world and the non-real world, I will say. So non-real will have like many of the definitions. So we enjoyed a lot with all the speakers. It was such a great gathering. So I would like to hand it over to our moderator and she can take it from this point. So once again, thank you so much. Thank you to all.
And to our wonderful speakers who have given their insights on AR and VR and shared their experiences, not only in terms of how it started way back in the 60s, but how what is the future of AR and VR and what is it for us to foresee 20 years down the line, as we have been discussing, that the sensory touch can also be kind of incorporated and we come more closer to what we are at current point of time. Talking about it, that where the technology, the developer, the designer can go hand in hand to come out with some kind of added experience that we really have. Not in terms of just one particular industry that we talk about. It is catering to interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approach. As sir also rightly said, it is now a transdisciplinary approach. So all of us who are dealing with problem statements have to understand and maybe abide by certain guidelines and rules that have been set. Now, when we talk about taking all these into education, I'm sure the students have had this takeaway from today's panel discussion from the experts in the field, that how best they can include and incorporate, and what is it that still needs to be thought about, talked about, and researched about, and where is the lack, how it can be filled up, and where they have to lead themselves for the future. So this is how and what is the approach should be. I'm thankful to all the speakers, and now further taking over from here to Ms. Anusha for the further conduct of the session.
All right, I guess this is a very amazing session. We would all have gotten insight to our different speakers and their overview, and you must have got some idea about what AR/VR is. So further, I would like to start with a felicitation announcement and then a word of thanks. So I'm sure that this session has been very fruitful to all these, faculties as well as students. Now we would start with the felicitation. I would call our Dean, Dr. D.P. Singh ji and Ms. Shani Sharma ji to present the momentum and sapling. Start the felicitation with our session chair. We'd like to present the sampling and the momentum. He's present online with us. Sir, I hope you are able to see this.
So, Mr. Rawal, I am actually giving this, we will see this side. I'm giving this to Shalini on your behalf. And whenever in the next meet, she will present it to you.
Thank you so much. Grateful. Thank you for calling me for this.
Thank you.
I will now call our faculty coordinators. Now I would like to call our faculty coordinators, Dr. Bigna Kalyan Naik and Dr. Vignesh, to present the sapling to Mr. Anu. And and Ms. Shalini Sharma and Dean Sir to present the momentum to Mr. I would like to call our faculty members and reporters of the session, Ms. Rajita ma'am and Saloni Hari ma'am, to present the sapling to Ms. Priya Vinod. And Dean Sir to present the momentum. Now I request Dean Sir and Shalini ma'am. Now we would like to present the momentum to our online speakers, Mr. Suni and Ajay Mittalji. Thank you so much for being part of this.
Ajay, I believe you will allow me to present on your behalf.
Yes, sir. Anytime and always. If you allow me a minute, I guess this I reserve for the end because people might be thinking that, how do you know me? So for those who are wondering, DP sir has been my faculty 18 years back or 18 or 19 years back. And him and Ekta ma'am, we fondly remember because they have been contributing not only to your, they're still contributing in the education field. And I would say as students, you're lucky to be learning from such experts because we were a notorious batch. And look at us where we've come. So thanks a lot, DP sir. And convey my regards to Ekta ma'am as well.
For remembering those days, thank you so much.
Also to Mr. Sunil, request your the acceptance of this memento.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am. It's an honor for me.
This is what the best virtually we can do. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Very true, sir.
Request Dr. Vignesh to please come up on stage for vote of thanks.
So on behalf of evening, on behalf of Amity University and ICEIL 2023 conference, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for joining us today for this insightful and educational panel discussion on VR and AR. As we draw to close this insightful panel discussion today, it is my privilege and honor to propose a heartfelt vote of thanks to the visionary founder of our esteemed institute, Dr. Ashok Chauhan. We have had the privilege of engaging in a stimulating conversation today, and it is only fitting that we express our gratitude to the individual whose vision and dedication have made this institute a beacon of knowledge and learning. It is with immense gratitude and respect that we extend our heartfelt thanks to the esteemed Chancellor of our institute, Dr. Atul Chauhan. Today's panel discussion, which has brought together experts, academicians, and students to share their insight, is a testament to Dr. Atul Chauhan's dedication to promoting intellectual discourse and the exchange of ideas within our institution. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our conference chair, Professor Balwinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor, and track in charge, Professor D.P. Singh, Dean of FPT, for their hard work and dedication in planning and executing this event flawlessly. Your attention to detail and tireless efforts behind the scenes have not gone unnoticed. A special word of thanks goes to Mrs. Shalini Sharma, HOI ASD,
for skillfully guiding the conversation and ensuring that we covered a wide range of important topics. I would like to express our deepest appreciation to our esteemed panelists. Your expertise, knowledge, and passion for VR and AR have truly enriched today's discussion. Your valuable insights and diverse perspectives have undoubtedly left us all with much food for thought. Thank you for sharing your time and expertise with us. Thank you. I would also like to thank our wonderful audience, both here in the room and those joined us online. Your presence and active participation have been instrumental in making this event a success. Your thoughts, questions, and contributions added depth and richness to the discussion. We would also like to acknowledge our sponsors and partners for their support in making this event possible. Your commitment to promoting knowledge sharing and innovation is greatly appreciated. Last but not least, let's not forget the technical support, faculties, staffs, and the volunteers who tirelessly to ensure the smooth operation of this panel discussion. Your professionalism and dedication are truly commendable. As we conclude this panel discussion, let us carry forward the valuable insights and ideas shared today into our respective fields and endeavors. It is through events like this that we can collectively work together a more informed and progressive future. Once again, thank you all for being a part of this enlightenment discussion. We look forward to your continued engagement in our future events. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Thank you, everyone. Good day.